What is this? What is this? Has the tide begun to turn? Has the tide begun to turn, my friends? Xbox takes down their pride flag? What? Unless I missed my guess, it is only June 11th. We are only a third of the way through the month, my friends. My dear sailors and starnauts. And it's not looking good. We have a lot of breaking news on that front. Call of Duty is in some hot water. One is tempted to think the tides may be turning. Welcome to the Captain's Cast. I am, of course, your host, Captain Garrett of the channel Swords and Starships. You are watching Swords and Starships, and I am your host. Welcome to the show. Fu Man Blue's in the chat, says hail to the chat. Hail, Fu Man Blue. Silverback the Despoiler, hail. Your captain is loaded for bear today. There is a lot on my mind. Let's just say that. So, a couple of things, right? We are in the middle of a kind of woke Waterloo. We are in the middle of I come now to you at the turning of the tide, as Gandalf the Grey, or was he the White at that time, once said. And so I come now to you, my dear friends, at the turning of the tide. And so we're going to talk about the NICKMERCS situation, Call of Duty, Activision deciding to stand against children. And we're also going to talk about the two movies that your captain has diligently watched for you and will review, that being Miles Morales Across the excuse me, I'm sorry. I meant Spider-Man Across the Spiderverse, which is apparently the best film ever made. And we're going to talk about Transformers Rise of the Beasts. Full disclosure, I'm not the most giant Transformers fan, but your captain is nothing if not open-minded. And I know that there are those in the audience, I'm sure, in my vast theoretical audience. No, I'm just kidding. 1,000 subscribers. We are growing strong, my friends. But I am sure there are Transformers fans out there among you, and I will be as fair and honest in my critique as befitting my duty as the captain. So we will talk about Rise of the Beasts and what I thought about it, and what else do we have in the stack of stuff? Oh, I saw another really good movie that I want to talk about as well called Tetris. If you have not seen Tetris, okay, we're going to get into that as well. So we have 3 movie reviews. We have all kinds of crazy news. But first, why don't we just... I have a couple of fun things I want to talk about, and then your captain has been teasing a big announcement. And that announcement, the time has come. Execute Order 66. No, I'm just kidding. It's good news. It's good news. Well, it's kind of an Order 66 because we're going to execute Order 66 on the Star Wars universe. Are you ready for this? We'll get into that. But first, try this headline. I got a couple headlines for you, and I'm going to check in with the chat, too. We got Tom all aboard. Hail, Tom. Welcome. Welcome to the most maritime live stream on the internet, the Captain's Cast, on Swords and Starships Channel. I got 2 headlines for you. 2 bits of good news. Really? Just what we need on a Sunday before we're headed back to work. Uh-oh. This from Phantom Wire. Everyone always wants to get triggered. The Little Mermaid likely to not reach the $625 million mark it needs to turn a profit. Confirms OMB Reviews. Hat tip OMB Reviews. That would be Odin, who is like, he's like, if Mahler is the surgeon on story structure, Odin is like the surgeon when it comes to reading movie numbers. There was a lot of debate about this. You know, I feel like The Little Mermaid is normie nip, and I had a feeling that this was going to eke one out, but it looks like it's not doing so good. Halle Berry's The Little Mermaid continues to be affected by review bombing and conflicting ideology. But this time, noting statistical figures, YouTuber and box office analyst OMB Reviews declared the live adaptation of the 1989 movie as a massive flop for Disney. Let's just pull a quote here. This from Odin, and let's just say that film is essentially guaranteed to not only flop, but also be a massive flop for Disney, and could ultimately be one of the worst performing movies in their entire history. Now, of course, this is all in the fact that many people, when looking at the box office, are failing in the comparisons, especially to Aladdin, to remind themselves that the ticket prices back in 2019 were very different than they are today. That would be inflation is having a big effect. So, having a global gross of around $326 million against its reported production budget of $250 million, the remake is being compared to Aladdin, which was released on Memorial Day and grossed $778 million. However, that is not going to get it over the finish line. And I'm going to take his word for it. In a video referring to the movie's past weekend's box office numbers, OMB Reviews declared that the Rob Marshall-directed film dropped 58% domestically and is still making next to nothing internationally. I got to read this in order so I don't miss a piece. If one goes by the statistics, I have to read this in my media cope voice because clearly They're very sad about this. This is very bad, right? If one goes by the statistics, OMB Review's statement that the movie will be turning black anytime soon sounds sadly true. Having a global gross of $326.7 million against its reported production budget of $250 million, the remake is being compared to Aladdin, which was initially released on Memorial Day and grossed $778. So it's a flop. It's pretty much official. What else? Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny to ring up around $60 million opening. The only problem with that, that's terrible. That's basically this thing in the wake of world premiering in Cannes due to lackluster film reviews at 50% rotten. Disney Lucasfilms, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny is currently looking at a $60 million plus domestic opening. The movie opens on June 30th, heading into what is conceivably a 5-day play period, given that Independence Day falls on a Tuesday. Dial of Destiny's 3-day is down from the $100 million 3-day of the last movie, 2008's Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. And this latest sequel represents the finale for the entire franchise. No, it doesn't, because The Last Crusade was the finale of the franchise. Crystal Skull opened on a Thursday over Memorial Day weekend. In its total of 5 days, $151.9 million is what it earned. Logan filmmaker James Mangold took over the helming the finale from the franchise architect Steven Spielberg. Currently, Dial of Destiny is tracking significantly with older guys over younger, which has many comping. What is that? I honestly don't even know. Comping he pick. That must be a typo. To the Daniel Craig 007 finale, No Time to Die. Disney will need to pick up the slack in the coming weeks in their marketing to get market hard, in order to catch up to Spider-Man Across the Spiderverse. So it is not looking good. With Dial of Destiny at a $60 million 3-day, that's easily the second best start for Indiana Jones franchise. In the box office era, Last Crusade opened to $29.3 million 3-day at 2,327 theaters. Follow me now. 1984's Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom bowed to $25.3 million 3-day at 1,687 theaters. Now, 1981's Raider. Why are they just laundry listing all this crap? Who cares? 60 million. Down from 100. That is the lead, my friends. It is not looking good. Now, why does this make your captain happy? Well, it makes me happy because bad writing deserves to fail. That's all. So, on the subject of bad writing, right? We have seen our heroes deconstructed. We have watched Captain Picard be browbeaten and humiliated and talked down to by Lady Girl Boss Admiral. We have watched them turn Star Trek into adult daycare. Starfleet is now adult daycare in the Star Trek universe. And while simultaneously the Federation and Starfleet itself are dystopian, dark, hideous organizations, like nothing could be worse to me than the fact that Alex Kurtzman is furiously working on a Section 31 show because of course he is. There's what else could be more exciting to these woke nihilistic idiots than their misinterpretation of what Section 31 is, right? So we've seen Luke Skywalker not train Rey Palpatine to become a Jedi, yet somehow she becomes the Jedi and he just hands everything over to her. We've seen him throw his lightsaber over his shoulder like it's nothing. We've seen him drink green titty milk. We have seen him become a sad old man in the attempted murder of his nephew. And Now we're watching Indiana Jones get lectured. We're watching Phoebe Waller-Bridge, and The Dial of Destiny is what this movie should be called, because it's about her. It's about a woke feminist who don't need no man, but is saddled with some old man for some reason. And we're going to watch big, bloated action scenes with no tension, no stakes. And, you know, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here, but I have watched Transformers Rise of the Beasts, and I'm not going to say... I might savage it. I don't know. We'll just see how I feel when I get to it. I'm not quite 100%. It was fine. You know, it was mid, is what I would say. It was mid. It didn't utterly offend me, but neither did it thoroughly entertain me. And one thing I will say is it's how bland the protagonists are in this movie. And they just have no personality. They have no larger, you know, Indiana Jones is played by Harrison Ford. What an incredible character in the beginning. This was a larger-than-life character who delighted you and surprised you at every turn. Gone. So we've watched all this happen, and your captain has been vehemently decrying these betrayals of storytelling and classical heroes' journeys. And what have I been doing about it? Just bitching? Just bitching? Not just bitching, my friends. I have been working on an Iron Age project, and I am now ready to present it to you because it is going to be launching. I'm looking at this week. It's very soon, in the next couple of days, but you are getting a sneak peek. And so, here we go. If you're a fan of sci-fi stories like Star Trek, Star Wars, Doctor Who, Halo, and others, and you're tired of your heroes being subverted, humiliated, and ruined, and turned into losers, and you're tired of watching soulless corporate hacks ruin all of your favorite franchises, all while jeering at you, the fans, then I'm going to show you how you can push back and invest in an unforgettable journey across the stars with masculine men, feminine women, and real inspiring heroes, without sending your hard-earned dollars to corporations that hate you, without fearing the creators will betray your beloved characters and turn on you, the fans. I'm author Garrett Betancourt, and I want to tell you how you can help support a new, independent, crowd-funded, fan-funded space adventure universe called Galaxyborn. This is my new crowd-funded novel series designed to form the foundation of an entire universe of comics, video games, eventually film, and it's beginning with a series of novels that follows the multi-species crew of the UCS Independence. Here's the story. When a plague of insectoid creatures known as the Kraid threaten to consume all life in the galaxy, Captain Cole Sadler must lead a mutinous crew in a battered starship deep into enemy space to deliver humanity's last hope for survival. A mad Rakoi war criminal. My whole life, I've been a passionate fan of science fiction, space adventure, and I'm an accomplished storyteller with 2 published novels to my name. The biggest reason that I see Star Trek and Star Wars fans give up on ever experiencing the kind of fun and adventure and the types of characters they miss is not because they are bigoted or resentful of new stories, despite what the shill media is telling you. It's because they haven't found an IP they can trust not to betray them. The answer? It's what I and independent creators like myself like to call the Iron Age. Fan-funded, crowd-funded, independent fiction IPs created from the ground up. That's why I am creating this space opera universe. It'll have deadly space battles, larger-than-life characters, rich and detailed alien cultures, a story of heroic characters overcoming great odds. There will be danger, there will be darkness in this universe, but most importantly, there will also be optimism, adventure, joy, and hope. Ready to put the corporate hacks that are ruining all of our franchises out of business? Choose a support level below. But if you want to hear more about the Galaxyborn universe that I'm building, keep listening. Modern writers only know 2 things: dystopian grimdark or phony politics-driven propaganda. This means all of their stories, even while entertaining, are nihilistic soap operas that are showing you a worldview where everything bad gets worse, or everything good is meant to guilt trip you about modern culture wars. Think about it. When is the last time you watched or read a sci-fi story that wasn't post-apocalyptic, a totalitarian future, or a B horror movie? The Galaxyborn universe is full of dark, grounded, gritty themes, but also fascinating aliens like the Capruans, hibernating winter planet dwellers famous for their art and culture who made first contact with humanity and became our first allies in the stars. The amphibian Unda, expert traders and administrators who hail from a utopian trio of planets. The warlike Rakoi, populating 1,000 worlds and having spent the last 20 years attempting to conquer humanity. All of these alien cultures contribute to a rich galaxy that will fuel stories for decades to come, which means stories can tread the dark underbellies of the galaxy and still give you beautiful cultures to come home to. That's the world, that's the lore that we're building. These are going to be real, relatable aliens that actually feel like they're part of a real tapestry, a real universe. But what about our characters? What about the ship and the crew? You know, now that Han Solo has been run through and discarded by his son, Captain Picard has been humiliated and browbeaten, plucky Princess Leia has been replaced with Mary Sue Ray Skywalker. We've learned that none of our heroes are allowed to be heroes. Men are incompetent boobs, women are smug assholes, and heroes are saddled with what used to be the morality of the villains. And the villains always end up defeating themselves. There are no moral tales anymore. No classic odysseys through space, no larger-than-life characters we can invest in and come home to, which is why I'm not reinventing the wheel. The crew of the UCS Independence are inspired by the larger-than-life characters that once had a drink in Quark's bar on Deep Space Nine or joined Doctor Who on his adventures through time. The characters in Galaxyborn are larger-than-life, like Commander Braxton Cross, a brave Marine and devout Christian who does what it takes to save lives and complete the mission, and has been Captain Sadler's trusted number one for years. Or Lieutenant Commander Maybay, a brash Capruan fighter pilot who lives by the seat of her pants, is quick to draw her scorcher, but always takes care of her wingman. Or Dr. Bando, the genius Unda doctor who traded the life of famous scientist for combat medic, so he could explore the stars and seek out new life forms. And then there's Paladin Grifgor. He's a Rakoi warrior forced to live among humans because he's on a mission of great importance to his spiritual leader. These characters are larger than life. They'll give you an extended family to go with on adventures, and they'll never be subverted for a modern audience, so that you can watch them grow and let them earn their way into your heart. Worst of all of the corporate media's and publishers' crimes is, of course, the destruction of the masculine hero. So let's talk about the captain and his ship. I'll never forget how wrong it all felt, watching Luke Skywalker, the Jedi that brought down the Empire and saved his father from the dark side with a legendary act of mercy, became a mean hermit, the attempted murderer of his own nephew, and the death of all he held dear. It's called the Jake Skywalker treatment, and it's happening to all our heroes, men and women, but especially men. So let's talk about the captain and his ship in Galaxyborn. Captain Cole Sadler, a daring hero given the title of Strider after his heroic actions in the siege of Swarga. He has the special authority in the most dire times to do what is necessary to save the people of the Commonwealth of Stars. Only soldiers of the highest skill and moral code ever earn this honor. His mission is to deliver the last component of a secret weapon that is the galaxy's only hope to stop the spread of the insectoid race of aliens known as the Kraid. The destination is deep in their territory, where no friendly starships are left. The starship UCS Independence, which he commands, is the last surviving vessel of the super frigate Declaration class, and the only vessel with the speed, the range, and the defenses capable of completing the dangerous journey into the heart of enemy-infested space. Which means you are going to be on an unforgettable odyssey through the universe with a true hero up against ruthless villains. One thing I can promise you, Captain Cole Sadler's hero's journey will never be subverted for a modern audience, nor will he ever be given the Jake Skywalker or Captain Picard treatment. Now, obviously, indie projects do not have the limitless fortunes that a Disney or a Paramount or a Lucasfilm have, so they won't be able to compete right out the gate with those large corporations, which unfortunately means that some of our franchises are lost. But we will rebuild from the ground up. So I have chosen to start with this first adventure, a novel series featuring Cole Sadler and his crew and the UCS Independence, which will include full illustrations. There will be an art book and an audiobook as well. This is going to allow us to build the universe from the ground up with a minimum viable product, privately owned and answerable to no one but the fans for its own success, and in which we will earn every bit of success. And that means that as our story proves its worth and grows in support, we will eventually have the means to reinvest those profits in new media. First novels, then comics, then video games, eventually one day, the big screen and the small screen. So that is why I have chosen to start with novels, because I believe that is the medium that allows the most limitless lore building possible and gives the fans the most power to build support for the franchise. And while I believe novels are the ultimate medium for building rich sci-fi lore, sci-fi cries out for striking visuals of cool aliens and strange new worlds. I've had to be disciplined in how much art I've had to commission, which means right out the gate, I wasn't able to offer some of the things I wanted to, like full-color posters, color pages of art in the novel featuring the characters, the technology, the aliens, all of that. So instead, what I did is I added stretch goals to this campaign. The more funds we raise, the more I'm going to invest in art. And I will be taking into account your feedback on what you're looking to see. Do you want to see more of the ship, or do you want to see more of an alien world? Do you want to see more of your Captain Cole Sadler, or would you like some artwork of Captain Maybe and those Capruan babes? The more books we sell, the more gorgeous art we're going to have, which means your support is already making possible a more vast and a more populated galaxy to explore. So, are you ready to join this fan movement and support an independent IP created of the fans, by the fans, for the fans? Then choose your support level below. Collector's edition items are going to be limited. And the sooner we hit those stretch goals, the faster we can add more art of more characters, more technology, more ships, more planets. Look, the corporate entertainment media, the corporate bean counters over there at Disney, Lucasfilm, Paramount, etc., they're never going to change. They're never going to stop producing stories that ruin the characters we love. But we don't need them to change because they're losing. Independent, fan-funded IPs are winning. We are the future, and the Iron Age is turning the tide. I want you to consider, in 2018, Ethan Van Sciver's Cyberfrog, a comic book launched by a crowdfunding campaign, raised $500,000, becoming the highest earning crowdfunded comic in history at that time. And then in 2022, Eric July raked in $3.7 million in sales for his independent comic ISOM, without giving 30% to Indiegogo, without being beholden to shareholders or corporate shills, and he'll never sell that character to a company that would ruin it. That same year, author Brandon Sanderson flipped Amazon The Bird and raised $55 million in sales on his epic fantasy novel series by selling directly to his readers through a Kickstarter campaign. Fans have a voice, and their support of independent IPs is working. Corporate scripted entertainment is dying. Crowdfunded, privately owned intellectual properties are winning. My studio, Swords and Starships, will always be privately owned and operated and controlled by me. Galaxyborn and any other intellectual property created by my studio will have a devoted and dedicated series Bible that will protect the lore and ensure that any writer, director, developer, any creative talent that gets a hold of it will honor the lore that has been established that the fans have come to love. And the fans will never be disrespected because, as Jerry Bruckheimer once observed, the audience are the genius in the room. You are that audience. Your investment in Galaxyborn will help shape a new space opera galaxy that the corporations can't touch. Like you, I am a fan of science fiction, the old school science fiction that provoked thought, that made you curious, that gave you a sense of wonder about the galaxy, the universe, and what's actually out there, with characters that inspired you to your higher self and inspired faith. Galaxyborn will always be an IP for the fans, of the fans, by the fans. So choose your level of support below. Grab your items before they run out, and join me on swordsandstarships.locals.com. I want to hear your ideas on where this galaxy can boldly go. Will this series only ever be novels, or will it ever be another type of media? Well, you have to start somewhere, so I'm starting with novels because I think they allow me the greatest ability to scale the universe as big as I want. Plus, I'm already successful at writing novels, having written and published 2. As support for this IP grows, there will be other media, comics, eventually video games. Film and TV are on my radar, but we gotta start here. Will the books ship on time? Yes, absolutely. The logistics for printing and shipping costs have already been calculated and added into the production costs and the price points that you see below. And as we unlock our stretch goals, more products are going to become available. And probably the most important question I know is on your mind. If you support this project, you get your Galaxyborn book, you fall in love with this universe and its characters, how can you trust that Swords and Starship Studios, my studio, me, the author of this IP, won't just sell it to a corporation that'll hollow it out for a soulless cash grab? As the creator and chief writer of Swords and Starship Studios, as the author of Galaxyborn and the creator of the Galaxyborn universe, let me share with you the Swords and Starships code and pledge. This is the Swords and Starships mission. Number 1, the audience is always the genius in the room. Number 2, all fans of all walks of life are always welcome and respected. Number 3, our stories have no political opinion. Good drama is when two people are arguing and both are right. Number 4, our stories restore beauty, inspiration, and fun to storytelling. Number 5, we seek to build a fellowship of fans who, above all, prize freedom of thought and speech. Thank you for listening this far. So choose your support level below. Help me build this vast, expansive space opera universe, these colorful, larger-than-life characters. And let's make this one hell of an adventure across the stars. I'm Garrett Betancourt, aka Captain Garrett on YouTube on the Swords and Starships channel, and I will see you out there. Yes, my friends. Yes, my sailors and starnauts. That is the announcement trailer for Galaxyborn. That's a special sneak peek just for you. I didn't even put the link in the description, which is terrible. That's actually going to be on the website, which is galaxyborn.com. So if you go to galaxyborn.com, it is live now, and I haven't launched the actual campaign yet, but you can put in your email for updates and everything. But you are here, so you will hear all of the news when it occurs. Fu Man Blue says, great job, Captain. Love the art. Thank you, Fu Man Blue. I appreciate that. Worked hard on it. There is more to come. So I hope you enjoyed that. I appreciate your indulgence. And yeah, that is to say, we are going to build new things, and we are going to build a universe that is rich and is earning its success. You know, one of the things I love about a franchise like John Wick, for example, is, you know, the first film comes out and it got some recognition, it did okay, turned a little profit, no big deal, but then it starts catching fire with people, and just every movie after that has gotten bigger and more exciting. You know, the Mission Impossible series is one that I find is a great example of this. And so that is the approach that I think is going to work. And so I am starting with the simplest. That is not to say it is not a deep and complex story, but I'm starting with the simplest framework for the story, which is a captain, his crew, and a mission of vital galactic importance that is going to introduce the world, that is going to introduce the aliens, the characters. They're going to be larger than life. They're going to have differing personalities so that they interact with each other on the ship. And I always feel a bit strange talking about a story this way, because it's like I'm showing you what's under the hood. But the point is, it's meant to be an immersive universe. And one day, very soon, honestly, I hope to employ writers. I hope to employ editors. I hope to employ artists, musical composers. It has to start somewhere. And a captain must have a crew, and there will be a crew. So if anyone out there has any, if you have any talents in art or, you know, drawing, anything that you think could contribute creatively, writing, let me know. Send me an email at, let me find the best email for you. I would say, I will get that for you in just a second. I had one set up. I just have to remember what it was. As you could tell, old hand at this. super pro. Anyhow, it is... I set up a couple. Okay, yeah. Just email me at galaxyborn@swordsandstarships.com. I will make sure to put these in the description. Galaxyborn@swordsandstarships.com. I think eventually I'll have a better email for that. But if you want to help, let me know. Obviously, we're at the very beginning, so I'm kind of just putting feelers out there. But that is the goal, and that is the objective. So, let us continue with the stack of stuff, shall we? Starfury says... To the plank to you all. Arg. Always Slayer a story. Yes, Starfury, you are correct. Starfury says, hello, sailors. Ahoy. Ahoy, Starfury. Permission to come aboard. Granted. You know, it just wouldn't be a show without Starfury as well. So thank you for joining us. You may have missed the trailer, but don't worry. I'll post it on my channel. You could watch it on the replay. This week, I hope to have the website live and ready to go. Silverback says, my only talent is snark, but I wish you the best of luck. Excellent project and idea, Captain. Thank you, sir. But we don't need luck, because we have a mission, and we will complete it. There's no woke storyteller that can defeat the might of the Iron Age Navy. That's my Captain Pellew voice, if you're a Horatio Hornblower fan. Now, there have been some interesting developments lately. As you may or may not be aware, we are in a very important month, my friends. This is the month of June, which used to be the 6th month of the year in which I believe the summer solstice occurs. It used to be the month... Silverback, what is like a major... I know you know this. What is the most important military holiday in June? Put it in the chat for me. Because I know I want to give you the opportunity, Silverback. All right, so yeah, so June used to be about a lot of things. It turns out it's actually mostly about one thing now. June is an entire 12th of the year, which is dedicated to the LGBTQ plus IA up, down, left, right, press B, press pause movement. Hat tip just some guy for that. That has nothing to do with gay, lesbian, or bisexual people anymore. It has nothing to do with equality or inclusion or representation. It doesn't even really have much to do with celebrating, in air quotes, LGBT culture, right? What it has to do with is sticking it to people who, for whatever reason, would just rather not see the trans flag papered over everything and have their children chemically mutilated and castrated. So for those individuals, you know, they are the ones that this is really aimed at. So we had this happen. Let me see if I can find the tweet for you. So NICKMERCS is a streamer who is very popular. I don't watch a lot of gaming streamers, but this happened recently. So NICKMERCS is famous for his Call of Duty handle. I'm loading it. Hang on. You might hear an ad. My apologies. Hat tip memology. I actually wasn't intending to play the whole video, but... Okay, so here's what happened. There is a school in Glendale, California, in which it got a little feisty. I love how this is always framed, by the way. According to this tweet, right? Anti-LGBT protesters attack a pro-LGBT or pro-LGBT demonstrators who are, of course, peaceful and would never do anything violent towards anyone outside of a Glendale, California school board meeting. The school board is voting on recognizing June as Pride Month. So, of course, in the woke mind virus cult, the public does not have a right to disagree with anything that LGBT people want taught in schools. That they don't have that right. That is so, which tells me that they don't believe in democracy. But anyway, this was the tweet, and NICKMERCS, Call of Duty streamer, said this. If I could scan to it. Yeah, so basically he was replying to this tweet, said, this happened 4 blocks from my Overwatch League apartment in this gay oppressive country. Americans are in a sad place right now. Let people love who they love and live your own life. Before I get to NICKMERCS' tweet, this straw man argument pisses me off like no other, because the implication here is that parents objecting to pornographic LGBT content in their school library is tantamount to saying that they don't approve of gay people or allowing them to live their own life. So this is a lie. This is a lie, and it's a common, typical lie. And it's a deliberate, it's not just a lie to the public. You know, this guy Puckett is very likely lying to himself as well, because this is how he chooses to view the situation, and that's not accurate. So NICKMERCS said they should leave little children alone. That's the real issue. So let that sink in. His exact quote is, they should leave little children out of this. Meaning the school. Meaning the school and teachers should just leave children out of this issue. They should leave them out of the trans cult. And so what happened? He got a lot of blowback, and he had this to say.
See it, man. Okay, I saw parents brawling in front of a fucking school with kids. I just didn't fucking like it. You know, I'm sure a lot of you guys can understand how that video would piss some people off. It pissed me off. Okay. Now, I mean, full transparency. You know, how do I put this? I'm gonna be very, very careful here. I don't want to piss anybody off. I'm making a lot of people mad. Most of my intent.
June 6, 1944, Silverback put in the chat, that is the D-Day invasion. No, that's not what we don't celebrate the storming of Omaha Beach in June anymore. Instead, this is what we celebrate is children being brainwashed into believing that they can change their biological sex at will, and that the best remedy for them, if they believe this delusion, is that they should be chemically castrated and or surgically mutilated. So that is what we now celebrate in June.
Attention. I mean, listen, my wife and I just had a baby. Brand new father. You know,
Wrangler in the chat saying, Hale, can't stick around too much today, but wanted to stop in and drop a like. Thanks, Wrangler. I appreciate you. Captain, salute.
We seeing these kinds of videos, it's sad, you know. But her and I agree that we want to be the ones to talk to our kid about things like that. I'm trying to keep it really simple, just so we don't have to get too crazy about it, because there's nothing to get crazy about. It's just it really is that simple. I think I just have a bigger perspective on this now, being a parent, than I did maybe 2 months ago. So, you know, the video bothered me, right? And that's I just don't think it's any place for a teacher or a school. I don't think it's the place to speak about things like that. And it's not that I think that it shouldn't be spoken about. If that's what you got from that tweet, then you're just wrong. I don't have any quarrel with anybody in here. I don't have any quarrel with people on the internet. It wasn't an anti, I guess, gay tweet. That wasn't what it was. I'm not apologizing about the tweet because I don't feel like it's wrong. I'm going to stand by what I said. I'm not going to delete the tweet. You know, I just want to make sure everybody understands exactly the point I was trying to make.
So then what happened, and I hat tip to Memology 102, throw a like and a subscribe over on that channel. So then what happened is his Overwatch, or not his Overwatch, his So his Call of Duty skin, you can tell I'm not a Call of Duty guy. His Call of Duty skin, NICKMERCS skin, got taken out of the store. So he had this deal where basically you could buy his skin, you could download it. That's been taken off, and there was a lot of concern that NICKMERCS might apologize, and he has not. To his credit, he has not apologized. And Call of Duty, let me see if I can find their tweet. I know I bookmarked it. I gotta sign in. Starfury says, what do you think the reaction that these people are going to receive when they push everyone who will not comply to this ideology? Because if history suggests that the reaction will be excessive. Yeah, we're going to get to that, Starfury, because I have a lot of thoughts about this. And I have something I want to say about this that I think is pretty important. And the LGBT plus movement is an anti-LGBT. It's an anti-LGBT movement. It is an anti-woman movement. It is an anti-child movement. It has done great damage to the cause of, I would say the original goal of what could be called the movement would simply have been for gay people, not to be fired from their jobs for coming out. Like, not to be, chained to the back of a truck and dragged to death. Like, those are the things that were what was wanted, right? Which was, and I would say, the desire for just general acceptance. That being said, society is not obligated to accept anyone for anything. And that's the problem, is that it's crossed a line into now what is being demanded is, as you put it, compliance. This has done great damage because this is a tyrannical movement. It has become a tyranny. And it's bizarre because it's a tyranny that is couched in the idea that they are the ones being oppressed. They are now the ones oppressing people because NICKMERCS has every right to his opinion. And, Call of Duty decided to pull his stack from the game. Fine. And now they're getting boycotted for it. So I'm pulling up my bookmarks for you so that we can get the exact timeline here. Oh, that's right. The NICKMERCS Operator Bundle is what it's called. There we go. So this for a quote tweet from D-Day Cobra, hat tip D-Day Cobra. Seriously, fuck Call of Duty. Make them the next Bud Light. At NICKMERCS said, leave the children alone. That's it. Call of Duty's tweet was, due to recent events, we have removed the NICKMERCS Operator Bundle from the Modern Warfare 2 and Warzone store. We are focused on celebrating Pride with our employees and our community. This only goes one way, right? It's like they get to make a political statement and they act as though they are entitled to never have that political statement or that political movement criticized. And yet an opposing political stance is completely unallowed. So what's happening is they're getting completely trashed. Dana, this tweet, all he said was literally leave the children alone. You are absolute cringy ass clowns, and Modern Warfare 2 sucks. Yes, absolutely. And as D-Day Cobra points out, they are getting absolutely ratioed on all of their tweets, as you can see here. So this is having a great deal of damage. So what's happened is people are not having it anymore. This Bud Light situation, the Bud Light boycott has wiped out 30% of that company's sales. Wiped out. Gone. That is so much money when you are a multi-billion-dollar company. The Target situation, losing billions of dollars in their stock prices almost overnight. And what has happened is a really interesting trend. I have a headline for you that I would like you to consider, my dear sailors and starnauts, on this front. And you may have to pardon the preponderance of ads. The ad blocker does not work on this site, so we're just going to have to roll with it. Try this headline: Profit before pride. Top firms such as Vogue, Pfizer, and General Electric are accused of hypocrisy for celebrating Pride Month with rainbow logos in the US, but not in the Middle East. They've done this. They've always done this, right? They love to just celebrate LGBT Pride Month, don't they? These global corporations. Brands like Pfizer, Cisco, General Electric, Mercedes-Benz, Vogue, and Bethesda changed their logos on their flagship Twitter profiles, but made no changes to accounts targeting the Middle Eastern markets. And they have some comparisons here. So this is Pfizer in the US, right? I know. The LGBT people are so oppressed in this country. They're so oppressed that their lives are such hell that massive mega corporations plaster the pride flag all over everything every June and just cram this down our throats for an entire month. And yes, that is what oppression looks like. But what is this? Oh, this is the same profile in Saudi Arabia. Do you notice a difference, my friends? Do you notice anything different? One of these things is not like the other. Shall we play that game? Here's Vogue. Vogue in the US. We got the pride colors. Oh, that's very nice. Vogue in Saudi Arabia. Here we have General Electric in the US. General Electric in Saudi Arabia. Need we go on? Oh, wait, here we go. Mercedes-Benz US. Mercedes-Benz Middle East. Cisco US. Cisco Middle East. They actually seem to keep it. No. So they have the pride colors here, but it's slightly different. Slightly different. And now we have Bethesda. Now, could there be any argument that video game companies surely are the most likely to stand by their support of the LGBTQ plus 2IA up, down, press, right, left, pause movement? No one could argue it. But what is this? Here is Bethesda US, and here is Bethesda Middle East. Look at what cowards these companies are. They are absolutely pathetic. They are soulless. I just hate being in a corporation, quite frankly. I just despise it because you just have to be a liar. You just have to lie about everything. It's just the way that the system works. And so they have no courage of their supposed convictions because this isn't their conviction. They don't care. They don't care about LGBTQ people. What they care about is fake virtue signaling. And now it's backfiring on them. The first real pushback they've gotten in years, the woke have been trying to grind us down on this shit. All of our movies, all of our TV shows, our video games, everything. They've just been ramming it down everyone's throats constantly. And it's taken years for the public to finally say they've had enough. And now that a price is being paid, because I've heard people that are very anti-woke, say, well, what's the big deal? It's just a beer. What's the big deal? The big deal is that our money, my dear friends, is the only thing we have left that they can't totally lie about. They control the media. They control academia, the woke, that is. They control virtually every aspect of our culture. They're able to censor almost every attempt to debunk their lies and their gaslighting and their defamation of people. The one thing that they still have a very hard time hiding is when people are not spending money on their products. They still try. Bud Light tried very hard. The media printed article after article lying that Bud Light was not losing any market share. They were lying about it until they couldn't anymore because the quarterly sales numbers came out, and then they had no choice. So this is my point, is that the Bud Light boycott is vital. It is vital because it's the only way to get the truth out, to show the world that this is what people really, truly feel about this. It's the only way to cut through the gaslighting. So if there's someone in your life that you know that has that, it's just beer, what's the big deal? Or this is much ado about nothing, you need to wake them up. You need to get them clear on this. This is the only weapon that is left to us in a society where our speech is being continuously curtailed and suppressed. And so that is why I think this is huge. And look at the damage. 30% loss to Bud Light. And it's amazing how this is not even about Bud Light. This is about making an example. They want to make an example of all the things we love. They want to make an example of Luke Skywalker. They want to make an example of Indiana Jones. They want to make an example of Captain Picard. They want to make an example of gamers. They want to make an example of NICKMERCS. They want to make an example. They love burning in effigy anyone who goes against. They want to make an example of J.K. Rowling. They want J.K. Rowling, one of the most progressive and richest and most successful and empowered women on the planet. They want to make an example of her because she slightly disagrees with them on the trans issue. Well, guess what? Now we're making an example of them. You think this stops with Bud Light? We are just getting warmed up, my friends. Bud Light is just the first. That is the first shot fired. And it's time that the wokies start paying attention, because we're not stopping. We're not stopping with Bud Light. And this is proof of that. The Navy, this actually surprised me quite a bit, because the Navy at this time, unfortunately, is in the hands of a dead man commander-in-chief, as Joe Rogan likes to put it. The Navy removes the Pride Month posts amid right-wing backlash. It's not right-wing backlash. It's normal people backlash. It's non-psychopathic freaks backlash is what this is. NASCAR, Major League Baseball, also targeted. Notice it. Do you notice how they always do this? They target all of our movies. They target our comic books. They target our characters. They target our products. They put these displays with the pornographic children's sexual books in the. I sound like a Mike Pence or something. The porno sexual stuff. I get it. The captain's getting wound up. Now they put all this stuff in our faces, and then they say they're the ones being targeted. This is how the trick works. This is how the con is played. And so now we have companies daring to declare their support for Pride Month. Imagine the absolute arrogance of an entire month. It's ridiculous. We don't have a month celebrating veterans of the armed forces who have lost their lives. Many of them who lost their lives defending a country that is not even answerable to its people when it goes into these wars. No, we don't have a month for that, but we don't have a month celebrating, the birth of the country. We get one day, July 4th. We don't even call it by its actual date. This is a thing. Whenever people say Happy July 4th, I say Happy Independence Day. That's the name of the holiday. The name of the holiday is Independence Day. It is celebrating the day the United States declared independence. It is not July 4th. July 4th is a date. July 4th, now, it's fine. It's a colloquialism. I use it too. It is a common way of referring to the holiday July 4th. But the actual holiday is Independence Day, and it is not lost on me that no companies ever call it Independence Day. Well, they did, you get a car dealership here and there, but most companies will call it July 4th. They will not call it Independence Day. But what do we get? We get an entire month of pride. Notice how pride in your country, now that is dangerous fascism. That is dangerous nationalism. That is right wing. Pride in your appearance. Pride in your appearance and going to the gym is right wing toxic masculinity. That is fat shaming. That is not body positive. But pride in an entire month of a political agenda which no longer has anything to do. How can the word bisexual even exist in our language anymore? How can it? It implies in its name a binary. We don't believe in a binary anymore. So bisexual people can't even exist in the new LGBT movement. So it's the term doesn't even make any sense anymore. So what we have is the Navy has pulled their Facebook cover photo. NASCAR and the MLB has pulled their tweets. When was the date of this article? This was on June 2nd. June 2nd, second day of Pride Month, folks. Some companies still changed. So these companies, HP, Cisco, Pfizer, Citi, Bank of America, not in the Middle East, though. They still did the Pride logo. So the point is, we are turning the tide. Now, Starfury says, NICKMERCS needs to stand because those who will not comply will stand with him. Yes, and we need to stand with him. And as Starfury goes on to say, we need to burn each of these companies to the ground, maintain the sanction on each and every company that does this. Yes. Why? Now, the argument already so cancel culture sucks when it's the left doing it, but when the right does it, it's fine. No, there's a difference. There is a difference because, first of all, these companies are specifically undertaking to demand that they are demanding that we accept these symbols and that we accept these causes and that if we don't want to buy their product, that we're the racist. This is the narrative with Disney, right? The narrative with Disney is if you don't like the Little Mermaid casting, it means you're a racist. So the implication, therefore, means you are obligated. If you are not a good do you understand what they're saying? This is what they're saying. You are not a good person if you don't like Halle Berry as the Little Mermaid. How sick is that? Now, if we had truly free speech in this country and we could tweet what we wanted, we could say whatever phrases we wanted on YouTube, we could have a truly open debate, I would be absolutely fine with the woke having their say on everything because I am fine with everyone having their say on everything. That is how freedom works. That is the foundation of democracy. But that is not what the woke want. The woke want to lie. They want to silence. They want to defame. They want to dox. They want to threaten, intimidate. They want to browbeat. They want to physically attack. And they want to create bail funds that get them out of jail and allow them to escape punishment of the law for attacking federal police officers. They want all those benefits. And they want to say that cancel culture is consequence culture. No, it is not the same thing because they have left us no choice but to, as you put it, Starfury, burn these companies to the ground. It is the only choice left. And even then, still, they are trying to lie to us. They are still, every puff piece that comes out trying to suggest that the Little Mermaid is failing because of a racist backlash, even as Spider-Man Across the Spiderverse is soaring in the box office with a black protagonist and, frankly, about 50 black supporting protagonists. So there is... So even their own logic doesn't hold up. But even as people are not spending their money, they are attempting to lie about it. They are attempting to gaslight about it. So what are we to do? What exactly is it that is left to us? You've not left us a say. The people that are always saying she needs to have a voice are the people that are the fastest to deny a voice to anyone that disagrees with them. So no, we will use what methods are available to us to be heard. And make no mistake, to our woke friends, we will be heard. as you are rapidly discovering this June. And if you are unhappy about the results of this Pride Month, well, you have no one to blame but yourself. You have no one to blame but yourselves. So here's what this is going to be my last word on this, and then I'm going to wrap up this captain's rant. I'm going to wrap it up because I don't want to make the whole stream about this. But I was watching Cobra Cast. Hail Cobra Cast. That is D-Day Cobra, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. He kind of does his free-for-all show. It's a political live stream, and he mostly goes on politics there. And he was saying, about the NICKMERCS situation. I think they were also saying this on the Geeks and Gamers Daily. They were like, the problem is the LGBT community does not police their own, and they are not doing... They need to stop this behavior, this sexualizing behavior of children, and they need to start speaking out about it. And I heard that, and I said, well, you're right about that. So while this is not a subject I plan to bring up very often on this channel, I feel I would be remiss if I did not answer the call. So I, as a bi man, am flat out saying, I disavow the LGBT movement. It has turned into it always, frankly, wasn't a very authentic movement. There were times where it had an appeal to me years ago when I thought it was about inclusion and acceptance, and it is not, though. It is a movement about pure political power. That is the only thing it is about, and it doesn't even serve the interests of lesbian or gay people anymore. It is a toxic, tyrannical, frankly, psychopathic movement. It is based in lies. Everything about it is based in lies. Lies against science, lies against biology, but also just political lies. It goes back to that quote about, an anti... If a company dares to show support for gay people, they're attacked. It's like, you're not talking. That's a lie. What we're talking about is this, my dear friends. This is what we are talking about when we are objecting. This is sick. I say this as a bisexual man, okay? This is vile and disgusting to me. It's repellent. And frankly, I don't even understand this kink. It's gross. But it's like, I don't understand this, but this is the most horrifying thing I've seen in a long time. And this is what I mean when I say, this is a video captured by Hat Tip Gays Against Groomers, which is an excellent Twitter account, which I follow, and they're under constant attack. I just want you to watch this. And I apologize for subjecting you to this. Look, children. Look at that. These parents are child abusers. Your sex is political. Oh my God. So, first I'm going to speak to LGBTQ people in response to this. This has to stop. This shit has got to stop. This is sick behavior. Going around in public wearing your sexual kinks on your sleeve is gross. Okay? It is gross. I don't want to see straight people doing it. I don't want to see anybody doing it. Just because... Now, if you like wearing a dog mask in the bedroom, that's your business. And I have no quarrel with that. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it in the streets, and I don't want to see children looking at it. And let me say one other thing. I miss the days of, like, you know, not like it was my favorite show or anything, but I miss the days of Queer Eye for the Straight Guy when that was back in like the 90s and the 2000s when gay people were famous for loving fashion, art, beauty. They had a sense of taste and style and refinement. That was the it was a stereotype, but it was a stereotype. The stereotype was they had an eye for beauty. Now, isn't that interesting? Is this what you would call beauty? Is this beauty? This is disgusting. This is now the stereotype, right? And so here's what the LGBT movement has turned into. It has turned into a movement for mentally deranged people or mentally sick people or people who are going through something awful, who are being told that their mental delusion is in fact reality. And they are being told that their only problem is that they need access to all quarters of society. And what is fueling them is a need for enemies to fight. Now, to LGBT people who, you know, for them, Pride Month is just a time to feel accepted and to feel loved, I understand the impulse for that. But you need to wake up and understand that this is not okay. This is not okay. What has happened is you've created a situation where now there is a backlash, and quite frankly, a fairly justified backlash to this. To demand that people accept you is tyranny. People do not have an obligation to accept you for any reason. People do not have and I'm not saying that I agree with people being awful to other people. People should be kind to one another. People should show empathy to one another. But not if they're behaving immorally. This is immoral behavior at these pride parades and these and look, if the parade were set up as an adult-only event and it was clearly advertised 18 or over only, and some kids were brought in against the rules, that would be one thing. That would be on the parents. But these are not, 18 or only events. These are public events. And so this is immoral behavior. Now, what goes on in a private venue, as long as it doesn't involve children, that is the business of those adults and that establishment. And I have no problem with that. And we need to get back to that. And frankly, this is a wider issue with the woke movement. They have done away with beauty in our society, and they've embraced ugliness. They've embraced androgyny. They've embraced all these weird things. It's gross. I don't like looking at it. Now, it would be fine if there were people like, look, I like the chick with the shaved head. She's hot. I think that's cool. Fine. The problem is that I'm supposed to like it. If I don't like it, it's because I'm you're just a patriarchal male and you just want women to look like women. Yes, I just want women to look like women, in my opinion. Now, if you are a woman that doesn't want to look that way, that's fine. I have no problem with that. It is the demand that everyone agree with you that is pissing off people. And it's pissing off me, as you can definitely see. And I ain't having it anymore. And so this is what I will say to normies, to people that are not LGBTQ people. I would just say, I think any opportunity that we have to push back against this movement, we just have to do it. We just have to do it because I think the vast majority of LGBT people, just if they are sane and normal, which many of them are, they just want to live their lives in peace. And that means they just want to be able to be in public and not be attacked. They just want to be able to have a job and be who they are and not be fired. They have all of that. So I think what we need to do is just recognize that the pride flag is an appropriated symbol which no longer even represents its original cause. It is a political cause, and we cannot allow. This is what I'm trying to say. Normies need to understand, do not allow these people to browbeat you and to gaslight you into being in the position of being anti-LGBT. Being anti the pride flag is not being anti-gay, lesbian, bisexual people. No. Whatever your personal beliefs are about that, that's your business. I'm just saying, do not let them gaslight you into saying that just because you oppose that symbol, that you have to apologize for yourself. I oppose the pride flag. I oppose that symbol. It is repellent to me because this is the shit that it now represents. So the captain has ordered the pride flag to walk the plank. Gosh, if this video goes viral, oh my God. Well, let it happen because I've had it. And so anyway, that is my response to the call by D-Day Cobra Hat Tip and Geeks and Gamers Hat Tip. They said, people need to speak out. Well, I'm speaking out. And that is what I have to say about it. And I have some good news. And I would just want to close with this. I've showed you all the companies that are backing down because they're cowards and they never supported any of this. But I saw this on Libs of TikTok and I just had to share it with you. And this is my final word on this.
Nobody told me how lonely.
Okay, so this is a trans man, which that is to say this is a biological female who believes that she is a male and has chosen to live her life as though she is a man, which is a delusion and is not real. But that being said, I have no ill will towards any human being that is going through this. What I believe is that it is not helpful to people in this situation to allow them to believe a delusion. I mean, allow is not the right word. I would say they're entitled to believe whatever they want. I'm not going to interfere with anyone's personal beliefs. But the idea that society must play along is not helping the mental state of these people. And this is my evidence. This is a trans man speaking about the experience of becoming a man.
Being a man is. I had closer friendships with random women. Nobody told me how lonely being a man is. I had closer friendships with random women I met in the bathroom before I transitioned at clubs because of how open women are than I've had in my 8 years of transitioning. Because women are just so much more vulnerable and deep than men. But to have known, and I think a lot of trans men feel this, is we knew what depth felt like before we transitioned. We knew what it felt like to have people want to hug us. And
what happened to all that white male privilege? Where did all that male privilege that we, lords of the earth, we men are, we lords of the earth have enjoyed for so long, where did all that go? I'm confused. I thought that everything in my life was handed to me on a silver platter because I have a dick. So I'm confused. I'm confused about this report.
have people want to talk to us and have a community. And then you transition and you're just a guy walking down the street that people cross the street so that they're not near you.
Yeah, like, welcome to being a dude. No one cares. You ever heard the term sausage party? That means there's too many dudes here. Where are all the chicks? Where are all the ladies? You're valued. Look, let me explain something to you about men that you may not know, since you're not one. Men are disposable. That's why we're the ones that go to war. You can kill lots of us and still repopulate your tribe or your country. Men are better for the meat grinder, right? Men get to do all the hard jobs in society, the dangerous jobs that take years off your life, because we can be spared. Childbearing women who are raising children cannot be spared in a healthy society. So, and the social currency of a man is different than the social currency of a woman. Welcome to learning that just being a dude, you're nothing special. You're nothing special. And it turns out that you have to earn people's friendship and respect as a man. You've heard the expression be a man, which implies you need to earn something to be a man. Why do we never say be a woman as if that has to be earned? We say be a man, and women say this, by the way, probably more than men even do. Be a man. Why? Because it means that being a man implies you've got to earn something.
And friendships are so much harder to build. And people are colder. What's hard is none of this invalidates how real and raw women and people who are in marginalized groups feel about cis white men. All of that's valid.
Really? This is the worst part of this clip for me. It's like, she basically explains all of the problems, like with being, I just learned all these things that I thought would be the case if I were a man. All these things I thought would be handed to me. It turns out all the things I had are now gone. It's like the experience of being a man is colder. It's harder to make friends. It's harder to form connections because men behave differently. And now this person goes on to say, oh, but none of that invalidates all of our bigoted feelings about cis men, which, by the way, cis is not real. That's not a term. What you mean is actual men. Biological men is what that means. I reject the term cis. It has no meaning. If you're someone who uses the word cis, you're welcome on my stream. Happy to hear you in the chat. I'm not going to be your friend, right? I'm just not we can hang out, but not really.
But I also now understand why the suicide rate is so much higher in men. Because this shit is lonely. And I'm an emotionally mature man. I know how to build friendships, and it is still really, really hard. Try to think about how you can, in your small little community where you feel safe, can reach out to the men in your life and just help them feel maybe seen for a moment. Or do little conversations to help their emotional maturity so that they can reach out to people and have deeper guy friendships.
So, I went pretty hard on this person because, frankly, I don't appreciate all the deep insights that she's revealing there that she immediately disagrees with in the next sentence, saying, all the preconceived stereotypes in my head about cis men are still true. I've also discovered that I misjudged their experience. And it's like, so that irritates me. But I will say this, I recognize the humanity of this person and what this person is going through. And I think there is actually a pretty beautiful message buried in there, which is being a human is freaking hard. It's freaking hard. And there's people in your life that could probably use a hug. They could probably use a kind word, some compassion. And I'm all fine with that. And, I am okay with living in a society with people who want to live differently and believe different things and even want to live their life as the opposite gender. I am okay with that if, and only if, you are okay with me not being okay with that. If you cannot live side by side with people who disagree with you, you are anti-freedom. And I am anti-freedom. So compassion and empathy for you as a human, nothing but best wishes for you and your life. But if you are going to try and take away the liberty of parents to raise their children and the liberty of people to disagree with you and speak their mind freely and use whatever pronouns to refer to you that they want, if you are not okay with that being legal, you are my opponent. And that means you will be defeated. So there you have it. Captain Rant is over. Now, let's decompress from that one, shall we? That was heavy stuff. Wrangler with a $5 super chat. Well said. Well, thank you, Wrangler. I appreciate that. I'm honored. I am humbled, sir. Thank you for that very generous super chat. And Starfury says, worse is the parent that let this interaction occur. Yes, I absolutely agree. This is the responsibility of parents. Starfury said, I saw that clip before. She finds out what being a man is like and can't man up enough to deal with what we deal with every day. I mean, this is the problem. If these people that want to participate in this delusion could simply shut up for a second and actually listen to what people who disagree with them are trying to say and actually be open to having a real conversation with people who disagree with them. They might actually have something valuable to contribute, because when you think about it from a purely scientific perspective, someone who is living as the opposite gender is going to have a pretty remarkable perspective on what that's like, what the differences are. You know, a fish doesn't know it's wet, but if you lived your life as a fish for a while, you'd probably have new insights. Oh man, that ocean is really wet. So I think that there's value on some level. Some good can come of that experience, to say like, wow, I had no idea that men go through this. And men also probably have no idea that they go through this, because they just live it. So, you know, best wishes to that person for having a happy life and finding peace and compassion, and hopefully coming out on the other side of this, hopefully one day waking up from this delusion. But that may not happen. Maybe in the next life, and that's just how it goes. But that being said, that does not mean that I'm going to lie down and bend the knee to this political movement. And it doesn't mean I'm going to just stand by, step aside, and let science be rewritten to say there's 57 genders. Ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen. So, but the good news is they're losing. Now we're going to take just a quick break, and then we're going to get into some movie reviews. Captain has fun stuff for us, so stick around. back up. Bring that mic camera to me. Captain is back. Welcome back, my friends. This vessel, this wartime vessel of entertainment, reviews, commentary, and all things nerd and culture war culture, continues on our continuing mission to explore strange new entertainment worlds. Now, I have seen a couple of movies, and which one should we start with first? Starfury says, I live for a good rant from as versus heels versus, there's too many prepositions in there. From heel versus babyface is magnificent at ranting. That would be as. Wrangler says, gotta bring a table to saw to a job site. I'll be listening from the road. All right, awesome, Wrangler. Well, I'll keep you entertained while you're on the way. Safe drive, Starfury says, yes, safe drive, permission to listen on the road. That doesn't really have a nautical metaphor, so I'll just Captain salute to Wrangler. Now, I'm going to start with Transformers Rise of the Beast. Let me know if you don't care about spoilers, but I'm going to keep it no spoilers on both of these. So I went and did a double feature yesterday. I went and saw Transformers Rise of the Beast, and I begrudgingly went to see Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. Miles Morales Across the Spider-Verse. And I have to say, I really did not want to see Spider-Man. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, Spider-Man, is my favorite superhero. My absolute all-time, by a mile favorite. Like, there's just no one that even comes close. I just love Spider-Man. I love everything about his lore. I can't get my earpods in. My hair's too long. I didn't get a haircut yesterday. Captain is... Do I have the wrong side? That's why. Here we go. Hang on. Got my right side. My left side. All right. There it is. There it is. Now, Peter Parker Spider-Man is my favorite. That being said, the first Spider-Verse was fine. I kind of enjoyed elements of it. The first, what was the first one? Into the Spider-Verse was the first one. But, I just saw that trailer for Across the Spider-Verse where Miles Morales, you're my little boy. I want my little boy to always feel like he belongs. And then we've got the weird chick, the pregnant chick on the motorcycle. I'm like, that's not fucking Spider-Man. What is that shit? I had no desire to see this movie. And then I'm minding my own business, watching Friday Night Tights, Hat Tip Nerdrotic, and I see them, there's a lot of positive reaction to this movie. Critical Drinker likes it, mostly. He calls it brilliant but flawed. And I'm thinking, I haven't watched his review yet, because I wanted to speak to you first, without anyone else's thoughts on it except my own. Except what I overheard on Friday Night Tights. And I thought, people are saying this part of it's good, this part of it's bad, and I still didn't want to see it. I'm like, I just don't care. I don't want to see woke crap anymore. I don't care how little of it is in the movie. I just don't want to see it. And but I thought, I've heard enough about it. I gotta see it so that I can properly evaluate it for my crew. That is important. That is the job of the captain. So I went to see it, and I'll give you my thoughts. But first, my feeling was, I was hoping that Rise of the Beast would be entertaining, because it was going to be the first movie I was going to see. And look, when I go to see two movies, when I go to see any movie, I want to be entertained. I want to love it. Like, that is my default position. I want to love it. I want to be delighted and surprised when I walk out of the theater about how good it was. But when I'm watching two movies back to back, I really hope that one of them is good, because that is a long day for two stinkers. And so I'm sitting there, Rise of the Beast, and I'm hoping this is going to delight me. I saw the first Transformers movie in the theaters years ago. I remember mostly liking it, but I just remember thinking when it got to the whole third act of the film. It was just this big, endless action scene that just went on and on and on. And I couldn't even tell whether Megatron was winning or Optimus Prime was winning. It just, at a certain point, it was just noise. And I was like, what is even happening? But that being said, it wasn't terrible. Certainly compared to these days, it was actually pretty good. There was a hot chick in it. Wow. Remember that? Remember hot chicks in movies? Megan Fox bending over on a under the hood of a car. That we don't get that anymore. No, we sure don't. So I'm hoping that I'm going to enjoy it. I don't think I watched part of, what was the one? I think it was the third one. It was Dark of the Moon. I think I watched part of that one. I got bored, turned it off. And that being said, I grew up with He-Man. I grew up with Ninja Turtles, Ghostbusters. Those were kind of my jams. I was never like a Transformers kid. I liked the toys, and I saw an episode or two, but I wasn't like deep into it like some of my friends were. So I'm not like the biggest Transformers lore guy. So probably I might disappoint you on that front. But I did watch all of Beast Wars because I was like kind of I would say like, I don't know, maybe 10 or 11 when that show was on TV, and my friends watched it. And so I actually saw pretty much the whole series of Beast Wars, which was the Beasts Transformers. And that's basically what they're basing this on, I'm pretty much assuming. And so that was kind of cool. And I was like, this is kind of exciting. I'll get to see the Beast versions of all the Transformers. And, I will say this for Beast Wars. It had pretty good... Every now and then, there'd be a couple of episodes that would have a really powerful emotional arc that would be really good. And it was pretty good at basically a kid's show. I don't remember much of it. So I'm watching Rise of the Beasts, and this is what I will say. It basically follows a serviceable plot. It has a plot, mostly. And it even has a couple of moments that tug at the heartstrings. The main character, it follows Noah, who is a Puerto Rican, and that's, look, not that I would care, but they can't shut up about it in the whole movie that he's a Puerto Rican. Did you know I'm Puerto Rican? Okay, fine. Jesus. Anyway, so he has the flag and everything. I'm probably confusing a little bit of this. I also saw Miles Morales, who is also Puerto Rican, and so they wouldn't shut up about it in that movie either. So they're probably running together in my mind, to be quite honest. But anyway, so he's a Puerto Rican young guy. His kid is sick, or no, his kid brother, I should say, is sick with sickle cell anemia, and he's struggling with it. They can't afford the medical bills. I mean, it's a bit of a cliche, the storyline, but it's fine. And he's looking for a job. All the job opportunities are being shut down. I wouldn't say it was... It's hard to tell sometimes whether they're going full-blown, this is racism or not. But he goes to get a job as a security guard. I have to admit, this whole scene was really odd. He goes to apply for a job as a security guard, right? This is in the beginning of the movie. And, this kind of crispy old white guy comes out and says, no, the receptionist says, oh, your meeting's been canceled. Your interview's been canceled. They're not interested in saying, oh, no, that's not true. I have an interview. I have an interview with, the guy. And she says, oh, no, he's not seeing visitors. He's not in today or something like that. Well, he runs past, he sees the guy coming off the elevator and he says, hey, I had an interview with you. He's like, I know, it's been canceled. No, you're not getting an interview with me. But you said I was a shoo-in for the job and this was just a formality. And the guy says, well, it was until one of your former comrades in the army gave me a call and told me how you are. And he's like, how I am? And he's like, yeah, you're not a team player and you're not good at your job and you're sloppy and you suck. And so I'm not going to hire you now. And I'm thinking to myself, now, why would you have an interview scheduled with someone and tell that person, nobody does this. Nobody hiring for a position would do this. You're totally getting the job, dude. You're totally getting it. This is just a formality. Even though I've never met you, I don't personally know you, but you're getting the job for sure. Just come in as a formality. Then I'm going to do a background check. And then when you get here, I'm going to tell you we're not interviewing you. Like, when has that ever happened? Like, that's just so stupid. The more I think about it, the more I think how stupid that is. But anyway, But then there's like this undercurrent in the scene, like, oh, this is racism. He's a white guy. He doesn't like it that he's a Latino. Excuse me. Sorry. Latinx. I'm sorry. Is that approved? A Latinx cis male. Thank you. And so this Latinx cis male is being, prejudicially dismissed from his job interview by the gross cis male who just doesn't trust it. And that's the feeling you get from the scene. But then the guy says, well, you didn't do your job, you were sloppy, and you were a poor team player. And I'm thinking, those are all like pretty good reasons for not hiring a guy for security. Like, those are pretty good reasons. And then he says, but I need this job. I really need it. My kid brother is really super sick. And he says, well, you're not getting it because you're bad at what you do, because now I know what you're like. What I'm like, and it's got this, what do you mean, you people kind of vibe going on. But also the scene is like that's a legit fair reason to not hire someone, even though the whole setup for the scene is preposterous. So he's like, no, you're not a team player. And it's like the scene wants you to feel that it's racism, but at the same time wants you to not feel that it's racism. He's just a guy hard up on his luck, and he just can't get a job. Now, on paper, that's fine. That's a good motivation for the beginning of a hero's journey. It's a good setup, kid brother, and the kid's cute. He's a nice kid. You want him to get better, which is fine. Then the other protagonist in the story is, what is her name? I don't remember the character's name because I don't care. Alina. Actually, I do remember it because I remember thinking, okay, remember this name for the live stream tomorrow. So Alina, she is, and look, again, I mean, I guess I don't know if they bring it up in the movie, actually, but I just feel... No, I will. I do think it is relevant because the fact of the matter is she is a black woman working for a white woman. It takes place in the 90s, by the way, which is confusing because I thought the original Transformers film took place in like the 2000s. And so that would mean this is a prequel to the original Transformers film. So I'm a little unclear on the continuity here, but it's taking place in the early 90s, which frankly was as good as... That was as non-racist as the country ever was. That was our golden era. We were as close to heaven as possible in the 90s, and then we went into this bizarre timeline that we're in now. So it's odd to me that this movie has all these undercurrents of racism in it, even though it's the 90s, which is like one of the most idyllic times for race relations in America. Not perfect, but still. So she is a very smart black woman of color who is an archaeologist of color, and she is, in this museum, and she is an intern for a very snarky, precious white woman. Okay, I'm just... See, this is part of the gaslighting too, is because I'm the racist, right? Because this is how I'm reading this movie. And it's like, no, I'm not, I don't bring any of this to the movie. I just know that this is how the people writing this shit think because they're constantly proven to be thinking this way. They admit it all the time. And it's like, but then they gaslight us and say, oh, no, we just cast the best person for the job. You're just a racist and you're just seeing black people and you're freaking out. And it's like, so anyway. But it's because the scenes have this undercurrent of like, she's brilliant. Okay, I'll give you one example. So the museum art curator comes to her and says, hey, I've got these donors. They're here. And they want to know which ones are fakes and forgeries and which ones are the real museum pieces. And you've got to tell the difference for me. And I don't know what to tell them. And she's like, okay, fine. She's like, and of course she comes into the office. She's the girl bringing coffee, right? She's bringing the coffee to everyone. So then they bring her over and she whispers in the ear of her white boss. She basically just whispers in her ear that, okay, this one's a fake. This one's a forgery. Okay, this one's real. This one's valuable. It's from the Sudan. This one is kind of valuable, but you're not going to make a lot of money on it, and gives her all the details. Then her evil, privileged, cis white female boss turns around and says, okay, thank you. And then she goes over to the donors and she says, okay, this is what I found out for you gentlemen. And she takes credit for all of the work that her poor, downtrodden, brilliant, and underappreciated black intern figured out for her. Now, is the movie like full-blown crazy woke? I mean, I don't know. Maybe at this point it's the new normal, so you can't even tell anymore. Look, there's no like crazy over-the-top lines in it. There's one line that's so cringe, it's unbelievable. But not, yeah, we'll get into that. But what I will say is there is this undercurrent in these scenes, but it's like the movie's trying to say it without saying it. And it's like, just say it. Just say that this chick is a racist and she's using this woman, and that's the whole point of the scene. And it's like, but you know what I see? You know what I see when I watch this? What I see is idiots that are incompetent and not great at their job taking credit for their subordinates' work. That's called human nature. That's called everyone's experience in corporate America ever, regardless of your race or whatever. Like, that's just how it works. So that's why it bugs me that there's this whole, it's the racism is the undercurrent. It's like, no, that's corporate America, dude. Like, you get a boss that takes credit for your ideas and your work and pays you shit. That's how it works. That's constant. That is throughout all of corporate America. It's how it has always worked. It doesn't matter what color you are. So that's why this annoys me, right? But that's not even the worst part, though. So that's the setup for the movie. You've got these two characters, the brilliant but underappreciated archaeologist intern Elena, who is naturally just a kid wonder genius. But we don't get any sense of why. We don't get, there's no diplomas on her desk that I noticed. There's no like backstory. It just is assumed that she's a girl genius, and of course she is. Then you have Noah, who's this hard on his luck guy who's being held down by racism, but not really. You can't really figure it out. And he gives in. He decides to try and steal a car. And of course, what car does he try to steal? It's Mirage, the Transformer. And he goes on this long car chase, and that's how he meets the Transformers and gets pulled into their adventure. Now, this car chase is notable because I'm watching it, and it's a pretty good action scene, and I'm okay with it. I'm like, this is pretty fun. I like it. The car's doing all these things. Noah's pretty cool. I like his character. He's fine. He's not the most charismatic guy ever, but he looks kind of like he you know what he does? He kind of has the everyman thing where he's not a super impressive guy, but he's got that kind of lovable everyman quality, which is what you need in a side character in a Transformers movie, right? But he's not going to be a leading man anytime soon. And he steals this car, the car takes over, and the car is taking him on this car chase with all these cops. Now, this is a Transformer, an Autobot, who is having a little fun with him, and it's a pretty fun scene for the most part, until the Mirage is the Transformer, right? Mirage speeds through an intersection, and everything's fine up to this point. We're having fun, it's a fun little car chase, it's no big deal. Speeds through an intersection, then stops so that the cop car behind him will have to slam on the brakes so that a truck side plows T-bones, plows into the cop's car, fucking kills this cop, man. There's no way you survive it. Like, literally, I believe if I recall, the cop car was on its side, and this bulldozer-sized truck just slams into the roof of the cop car, crumples it, takes it out. The scene plays it for like, oh, cool, we got one. And they speed on, and the chase continues. Now, I'm thinking, this isn't a Decepticon. This is an Autobot, and he just deliberately got a cop killed. Then the scene proceeds as if, it's just a fun, happy, clappy car chase, and it continues. And again, some fun car chase stuff. Then Mirage, of course, because title of the Transformers, he's a Mirage. So he generates all these holographic images of other cars, right, to throw off the cops. He deliberately creates a false projection of his car right in the way of like a center lane meridian, right, like a center divider, then has the image vanish in front of the cop car. So the cop basically goes head on into a center divider, kills another cop. And I remember I'm sitting in the theater and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, we have lost all sense of morality in movies now. It's like, this is an Autobot doing this. This is an Autobot getting cops killed. Meanwhile, the rest of the movie, you hear all these eloquent, wonderful speeches from Optimus Prime about we have to help the humans and all this stuff. We have to be good soldiers and we have to do all the right things. And it's like, meanwhile, we just go on, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, why is it escaping me right now? Joyride. We go on a joyride. We go on joyrides and get cops killed, but we're totally on the human side. We're totally the good guys. It's like, okay. It's not even like the movie made a particular point of it. Like there was no like overt, fuck the police kind of stuff in the movie. It was just flat out like, no, it's not a big deal. It's like a bad guy getting taken out in an action scene was how it was played. It's like, they're not bad guys. They're chasing a car thief. They're chasing a car thief who's trying to steal cars. Like the cops they're not trying to like beat him with a billy club or anything. They're just, from their perspective, they think he's a criminal. They have no way of knowing that he is, because he was trying to steal it. But they have no way of knowing they're chasing a transformer and that it's not really a theft. So right off the bat, those are kind of some of my initial thoughts on it. Here's what I will say. This movie, basically, they bring in Unicron. The thing is, Unicron is coming to eat. Okay, there's a MacGuffin in the movie. The MacGuffin is the transwarp key. This is introduced in the very first scene. There's this thing called the transwarp key, which allows Unicron, the planet-eating transformer, to hop from galaxy to galaxy and eat all the planets in that galaxy. But he can't go from one galaxy to another unless he gets the transwarp key. And so the beast transformers, the Maximals, they manage to hide it on Earth, which is not in Unicron's galaxy. And so Unicron has been scouring the galaxies for his henchmen, that is, which they can hop galaxies, but Unicron can't for some reason. So the bad Transformers are looking for this key, and they find it on Earth, and that's basically the whole through line. And it's essentially the Infinity Stones, the boxes from Justice League. It's the same thing. We're basically trying to prevent the bad guy from getting the two halves of the key, putting them together, coming in, eating the planet. There's one moment in this movie where I start to kind of like it just a little bit, and that's when Noah, who decides to join up with the Transformers and help them, because they want the key to get back to Cybertron. And the beasts want to protect the key because they've sworn an oath of protecting Earth. They've given up on going back to their home. But Noah says, well, I'll help you because I don't want Unicron to eat our planet. That would be super nice if that didn't happen. And so he goes on this adventure. But there's this moment where him and Alina are they're on the way to their destination, and they have this private little conversation. And it's so weird, too, because the movie's trying to play it up like there's a romance happening between these two, but they have no chemistry. And she's just, in the words of Jim Dangle from Reno 911, she's a very unfortunate-looking woman. It's just all I'm going to say about the actress who plays Alina, okay? She just ain't... She doesn't even rate. Let's just put it that way. But anyway, she just is an absolute charisma vacuum. She's boring as hell. And so they're having this conversation, and Noah's, this little sparks flying that aren't. And then Noah says, well, here's my plan. I'm going to destroy the key because screw these guys, these Autobots. I'm not risking planet Earth to get them home. Like, we're just going to pretend like we're going to help them, but as soon as we get that key, we're destroying it. And I thought, now we're talking. Now that's pretty interesting. I was like, now that's kind of cool. That is the last time this movie is interesting. I guess I'm saying I hate it. I don't hate it. It was fine. It wasn't the worst time I've ever had in the theater. Because here's what I will say. Like, the beasts were cool. The beasts were super cool. The Autobots, look, every time Optimus Prime is talking, it's awesome. Like, every time Optimus Prime is there, he's awesome. The problem is, he's in a movie where, I could believe this movie were written by ChatGPT. Like, a really good ChatGPT wrote this movie because it's like it checks you know, all kind of the basics, you know, basic storytelling boxes. It's like, okay, we have a plucky hero who's swept up on an adventure. Check. We have the plucky supporting character who can decode hieroglyphics. Check. We have the inspiring Autobot leader who has to have like 3 or 4 inspiring speeches. Check. And it's like, yeah, okay, all that's there, but like none of it is anything new. None of it is particularly compelling. They have all these action sequences that are in the jungles of Peru, which is an oddly sort of boring kind of place for these action sequences. There is one sequence toward the end that's kind of fun. It's kind of reminiscent of like the big Avengers scenes where all the Avengers are just kicking ass for a while. And that was kind of cool. But the problem is, I guess I would have to spoil it to kind of tell you why I think the ending is really a big fail. Let's just put it this way. The stakes for the end of the film, the thing they have to stop from happening, the whole setup for why they have to attack it a certain way turns out to not matter at the end. They just undo the whole reason for the big battle at the end. So it was kind of a... Tom says 3 cheers for Beast Wars. Yeah, Beast Wars was cool, man. Beast Wars was cool. So, yeah, I just am not liking it. So this is what Jane Theory, Hat Tip Jane Theory, had to say. And I love Jane Theory's takes on things. So she says, she tweeted out, see if I can get it. Yeah. Transformers Rise of the Beast is what happens when your obsession with diversity extends no further than stereotypes and you forget there's supposed to be an actual story in your movie. I'm like, I fairly agree with her on this. Like, let me just explain to you the biggest problem with this movie. And that would be this stunning and brave, charismatic, amazing actress that plays the plucky intern archaeologist. Can I just tell you something? This is one of the most fucking boring characters I've ever seen in a movie. She's boring to look at. She's boring to listen to. Every line she has is boring. Every joke she tells in the movie falls flat. Oh, yes, they had lots of attempts at MCU-style humor that were not even cringe, just boring. Just like, yeah, okay. Uh-huh. You know, I heard the most anemic chuckles in the theater. It's like every movie has to do this now. Every movie. It's obligatory. It's like they're going through the motions. We have to have an MCU joke here. We just have to. So the movie is playing it like she's the hot nerdy chick. That's how the movie plays her character. She's not the hot nerdy chick. She's not even particularly nerdy. She just says the lines that reveal the things that the smart person knows. There's no sense of like why she's so smart. There's no sense of like, she has a short little backstory about how her mother was always the smart one, because of course she is, and how she encouraged her to be smart. We need women in STEM. You know, look, now, I could already hear our woke friends saying, oh, the captain, oh, here we go. Just another alt-right troll who just doesn't like black people and just doesn't like smart, empowered women, and screw him. And it's like, no, that's not what I'm saying at all. There's no race swap here. This is an original, to my knowledge. I mean, I guess maybe the source material, but I don't know. I don't think there's any. This is not a race swap. This is an original character. There's no issue at all with the race of this character. I do not care. I'm totally fine with it. My problem is they cast a boring person. She's like, okay, let me find, here it is. This is what I'm looking for. Because, I'll tell you this, her headshots actually aren't terrible. I mean, headshots, let's just face it. Headshots can sort of catfish. They can catfish an audience just a little bit is all I'm going to say. This is her headshot, right? Well, see, here she looks kind of nice. She's got kind of a smile going. Like, yeah, what else has she been in? She's been in Swarm. Don't know what that is. The Proud Family. Oh, good God. Modern Love, okay. Project Power is, well, I don't know how she gets work. She's not a leading actor. She's not got any charisma. She's not interesting at all. They act like she's got some kind of chemistry with her co-star. She doesn't. Who is her co-star in this? That would be, and he's not bad. Anthony Ramos is not bad. But he ain't no Chad either. Oh, good God. Like, this is the least Chad. See, they've got the opposite problem here. He's pretty charming in the movie. You see him, like, in real life, and it's like, oh, dear God, this is the most soy-infused guy I've ever seen. But you know what? He's got a little bit of daring do in him. He has a moment of heroism. It's sometimes it's earned, sometimes it's not. He is fine. Honestly, why not just allow him to be a little bit of a nerd who knows some of this stuff and just, not have her in the story? But then because they don't play it as a love interest, there's not really a love story forming here. They just have kind of an awkward scene where they're implying that maybe there's some budding, attraction. But even as friends, these characters don't have any chemistry. Now, you may say, but Captain, you just don't like the fact that she's a smart female whammon. And it's like, no, that's not true, because you know who would have been cute and sexy and lovable in this role? I give you, my dear sailors and starnauts, Ashley Sharp Chestnut. And that would be the lovable actress. Yeah, let me just find, I don't really like that picture of her. Let me find her great starring role. Here we go. Sydney LaForge in Captain Picard Season 3. Picard Season 3. I think this is a good picture of her. I loved her character on the Titan. She plays Geordi LaForge's daughter in Star Trek Picard Season 3. Just like Geordi LaForge, she's a brilliant engineer, but in her case, she was taught by her father, who was one of the great engineers of Starfleet, and she followed in his footsteps, right? But it turns out she wasn't actually no, she was taught. I take that back. She's not a brilliant engineer. She knows some engineering. Her sister is more the brilliant engineer. She's the pilot. She likes piloting starships, but she still picked up a few things from her father because she wanted to impress him. So all of this is established in backstory. She's sweet. She's charming. She's likable. She's beautiful. She's attractive. She's cute. This is the type of actress that should have been playing this character with a commensurate backstory. But instead, what do we get? We just get one of the dumpiest actresses I've ever seen. And look, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude or mean to Dominique Fishback. I'm sure she's a lovely person, and I wish her nothing but success. But I'm sorry, if you choose to enter the arena of being a leading actor in a film, I would hope that you get that role on merit. And I'm sorry. The person who put her in this role did her no credit because she was just not right for this part. And it was boring, and it dragged the movie down. So I would say the best parts of the film are the Autobots and the Maximals fighting and doing their thing. It's eye candy. You know what I would say? It's like a Godzilla. It's like a Kong Skull Island. Actually, I think Kong Skull Island is probably better, frankly. Much better, actually, because I really dug some of the supporting characters in that movie. Actually, Kong Skull Island is a bananas, crazy movie, but it's actually pretty freaking good. So actually, I take that back. It's more like a Godzilla or Godzilla versus Kong kind of movie where it's like, you're not there for the supporting characters. You're there for the monsters. And that's kind of what Rise of the Beast is like. So if you like Transformer porn, then I would say it's good. And I mean no disrespect to Transformers fans. I am just telling you what I see. As your captain reviewing this movie, it was mid to boring is kind of what I'm going to say. And I wasn't super impressed. It did not make me want to leave the theater like, frankly, Guardians of the Galaxy 3 did, or Quantum Mania, which made my skin crawl to watch that movie. So it's definitely not on that level. I think your kids probably would have a good time. And it's not like the most woke movie. Actually, It's not nearly as woke as the next film that I saw, which is, let me make sure I didn't miss anything in my review, because I pointed out, I can't forget this. So there is this scene in Rise of the Beast when they arrive in Peru, which is where they're looking for the MacGuffin, the transwarp key that they have to find. And Noah, who is the Puerto Rican, we love Puerto Rico. And he is the Puerto Rican actor who meets another Transformer who has a distinctly Latino accent. Okay, he has like a very Latino accent, and this character, like he arrives as a Volkswagen bus, and he transforms, and he's like this kind of new age hippie kind of Peruvian character, and he's got a very thick Peruvian accent, and Noah basically says, "Oh," he starts speaking Spanish to him. And then he's like, "Oh wait, is that weird? I didn't want to assume. I didn't want to assume that you're from here." And he says, "I'm from Cybertron." And he's like, "Oh yeah." He's like, "Wow, that's like kind of racist. That's like kind of racist, dude." He's like, "Oh, yeah, was that kind of racist?" And I'm like, "What? What is happening? Like, this is a talking robot who's from an alien world, and now we're in this weird conversation in which a Latino is racist for assuming someone else speaking with a Latino accent knows Spanish because he sounds like he does. And he's in Peru and might be from Peru, even though he's an alien robot from actually Cybertron, and it's kind of racist to make assumptions." I'm like, what? It was weird, okay? It was a weird line. I pity woke people. I truly do. I pity the mental prison that they have to live in. They live in a fucking prison state. They live in a mental prison state of their own making. They are welcome to it. It's like, you can have it. You can, in fact, that reminds me, my dear sailors and starnauts, I just happen to have something to share with you. Where is this tweet? Oh, where is it? I know I linked it. Might be this one. That's probably not what I'm looking for. I know I bookmarked this tweet. I've probably got it in my bookmarks here. Hang on, give me 1 second. If I can't find it, I'll just describe it for you. Oh yeah, no. Here it is. Okay, cool. I got it. Here we go. Sharing screen now. Okay, hat tip, It's a Gundam. It's a Gundam found this. Okay, so It's a Gundam retweeted this direct message that he got. I don't know where he got this, but this is a direct message, and you could just figure out the context. This is a direct message someone received. Looks like a text message. "Hey, dude, just letting you know, someone in the queer platonic group chat, the one that you left after Kai's altar, made some ace-phobic comments, which he apologized for later, by the way, half smile, frowny face, said they found receipts on your Twitter of you liking a James Charles tweet, which is really like, yikes. Also, Rainbow said you were tweeting on your Steven Universe roleplay account that you were going to rewatch Atla, which is like a really transphobic and racist and sexist show. And you know how Ash feels about, even if they won't say anything about it, it triggers their anxiety. I don't know, dude. I just wanted to let you know. I know Ash can be biphobic sometimes, but they also live in an apartment and their parents are divorced, so they have PTSD from it. I think Ash might write a call out, but me and Rainbow are trying to calm them down. Just be aware and maybe stop being toxic." Can you imagine living in the world that these people live in? Oh my God. I just can't even. This is the kind of text message you get from your friends. Hey, dude, listen. I'm trying to talk them down from like calling you out online for being because you liked a tweet from a problematic person. And but look, you just maybe just be aware and just stop being toxic. Oh my God, with all my heart, fuck off. like with all my heart, fuck off. Like if that's how you want to come at me, please, like just seriously. Take a long walk off a short pier. I don't care. Like that ain't the kind of chat we're gonna have at Swords and Starships. I can tell you. Fu Man Blue, Star Fury the other day. Star Fury has PTSD. Because he is a bit biphobic sometimes. He is a bit biphobic, I admit. But he did see that you liked. Listen, his parents gave him PTSD, but you liked a tweet from someone that triggers him, and just maybe I'm gonna talk him down. But maybe just don't be so toxic, okay? Could you imagine? Oh my God, I couldn't live it. I can't live in the world these people are building for us. I can't do it. I can't, and I ain't gonna. So anyway. Star Fury left the permission to disembark. Early morning meeting. You are granted, sir. I'm sure you're already there. He goes. He's on his way. Hope you catch that on the replay. That was I just made you a character in my fictional struggle session. So anyway, this is the weird world that the Wokies live in, and they're welcome to it. They can have it. It is a hell of their own making. And, my greatest wish, quite sincerely, if this is me at my most compassionate, my sincerest wish for our woke friends is that they wake up from this nightmare that they've created for themselves. I mean that sincerely. That's not a troll. I'm serious. I'm human. I understand. Humans go astray. We get weird ideas. We get mind viruses. I understand that. I have compassion for these people. I pity them. I pity woke people. I have personal friends that are victims of this mind virus. Believe me when I tell you, I love them dearly, and I hope one day that they wake up from that hell that they're living in, that they can't tell. They can't even tell that they're in it. So let us move on then, on that subject, to Miles Morales. Miles Morales the spider across the Spiderverse. Now, much has been said about Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse being a triumph. It's brilliant. It's beautiful. And here's what I will say right off the top. I will say the artwork and the action in this film is incredible. I mean this. Like, I think the artwork, the animation, the visuals, the way that Spider-Man, the Spider-Men, the Spider-Women, all the Spider-People, I fucking hate that term, by the way. I'm sorry. This has been an F-bomb heavy stream. I'll keep it down. I will keep it down. I'm trying to keep this as a family show. No, it's not. It's not a family show, but it's also, I'll chill, okay? I will enhance. The captain will enhance his chill. It is, I freaking hate that term, spider people, okay? But that being said, the way that all of the spider characters move, it's incredible. Like the way they use their physicality. There are a couple things that bug me. Like there's a scene where Spider-Gwen and Miles Morales they're sitting on the overhang of a building upside down, but they're sitting cross-legged upside down. And the scene is pretty, it's charming and everything. But the problem is I don't see where like their hands or their feet are connected. And the thing is, if you understand Spider-Man lore, it's the hands and the feet that allows Spider-Man to attach to the building. So it bugs me just a little bit that like you don't see their hands and feet attached specifically to the building, and that's not exactly how Spider-Man works. That being said, that's a small nitpick. For the most part, the way they show Spider-Man move, web sling, everything, it's beautiful, it's brilliant. I love to watch it. And they even have a really good sense. This is a Sony Pictures film, by the way, and Sony is a little more faithful these days to the characters, I would say, than the MCU is, regrettably. I say one thing for Sony. Say they don't emasculate, mostly. Miles Morales. I mean, they mostly allow him to have agency in his film, I will say, which is thank you. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. We'll take what we can get at this point, won't we? So the visuals are good. The music is pretty fantastic. The way Spider-Man moves, they nailed. It's beautiful. What else? I like the Spot. The Spot he's a pretty cool character. I do like how they develop his backstory. I like how he interacts with Spider-Man and plays off of him. Just the way the fights look is really clever. Like, these action sequences are creative. They use the space in just these incredibly imaginative ways. You know, this is the kind of stuff when I was actually reading Spider-Man comic books that I dreamt of seeing in a film, like seeing in motion. I wanted to see the way Spider-Man moves in the comics is beautiful to look at, and I wanted to see it in a movie. And so this film is one film that kind of delivers on that. And the story's not bad. You know, if you just take it, Miles Morales' story is he's trying to make a living as Spider-Man. He's trying to, like, find his way in life. He's getting grounded by his parents. Some of that is pretty good. His parents are pretty likable. You know, his mother and his father are fairly likable. I will say that the way his mother infantilizes him throughout the whole movie bothers the shit out of me. She's constantly calling him her little boy, which is, you know, there's a moment when Miles is going through a real kind of like teenage crisis, and it's the scene that traditionally, right, this is a scene where the father figure is going to talk to the son about what he's going through. Or in the case of a mother and daughter, this would be the mother having a conversation with the daughter, right? It's that kind of situation. But in this case, the father is dismissed by the mother and the mother takes over. And this is the conversation that I showed you before in the trailer where she's like, "You're my little boy and I want you to always belong. And I just hate to see you not being my little boy." And I'm just like, oh, shut up. This is not the way that you help a young man, become a man. And so it just bugged the crap out of me. But that being said, most of the time, she's not super annoying, although I really don't like the actress that plays the voice of his mother. She played LaGuardia in Dexter, if you remember, and that character annoyed the hell out of me. And so I know how she looks, and so, like, I just see that character whenever I hear his mother talking, and it bugs the crap out of me. The actor who plays Miles Morales is pretty good. Pretty good. Let me pull up the IMDb page here. Deserves some credit. He deserves credit. He doesn't need credit from Captain Garrett, but he's got it. He's got the credit. Shameik Moore. I don't know how to pronounce that. Shameik or Shameik Moore does the voice of Miles Morales. He does a great job. Haley Steinfeld as Gwen Stacy is excellent. I will say this. My favorite part of the film, I love, with a caveat, I love the Gwen Stacy Spider-Man. I just think ironically, she's the most like the Peter Parker kind of a Spider-Man that you get in this movie, which is sad. Believe me, that's sad. But I actually feel like she's a more interesting protagonist to me than Miles Morales is. She just is. And I kind of like she has this whole story about how her father thinks that she killed Peter Parker in her dimension. And I have a big problem with that, by the way, and we'll get to that in just a second. But if you look, leaving aside girl bossery, leaving aside the head shave. Yes, she has a shaved head. It bugs the crap out of me because they show pictures of her in the film when she did not have her head shaved, and she's beautiful and it looks great. And I'm like, just let her be that way. What is this head shaved crap? It looks ugly. I'm sorry, you know? And it would be fine. Look, if that's what the kids like these days, it's the style, you know, what the devil are they? Whatever the devil these kids are wearing these days. I guess they like the shaved head. Fine. Look, if it's just me being an old fogey, I can live with it. But the problem is, remember what I always say. What does your captain always tell you about woke storytelling? In a woke movie, It is not you observing the movie. It is the movie observing you. And so it is not you observing the shaved head, right? It is the shaved head that is observing you. And it is inviting you to not like it. And that is what I don't like about the shaved head. Is if I were to go on Twitter right now and say, I loved Gwen Stacy, she's my favorite Spider variant, this should have been her movie, I want to see a movie all about her, she's my favorite ever, I have 5 posters of her on my wall already, I just don't think she looked very good with a shaved head. I guarantee you that would send the weirdos, the land whales, into orbit. It would send them into orbit. They would go nuts. They would be like, oh my God, he's a patriarchal, toxic male asshole. He's a bigoted, right-wing, I mean, they would freak. Because that's my point, right? My point is you're not entitled. You are not freaking entitled to not find the half head shave. You're not entitled to find the half head shave attractive on a woman. You're just not. And if you don't find it attractive, it means you're the problem. And this is what I sense when I see the head shave. And it's like, look, if I just was an old fogey who just didn't like the new style and I got roasted for it and that was all it was, fine. And I'm entitled to my opinion. They're entitled to their opinion. You know, they're entitled to think that's the style and I'm entitled to not think it's the style. But that ain't the world we live in, folks. So let me just, but aside, okay, I went on a bit of a rant there. So aside from the head shave, if we just took her character in isolation, I really like the idea that just she got bit by the spider. Look, as an alternate reality, mind you, as an if we're in an alternate reality situation, taking her character in isolation, it's kind of cool. The idea that she got bit by the spider instead of Peter. And so she lives the kind of dual life. And now here's what I liked about it. In the film, it turns out that in her reality, her and Peter still fall in love. But in her reality, Peter is still a bullied nerd who, you know, his life, and they really lean into it, his life is hell every day, which of course it would be. And he remains a nerd, but he falls in love with her and he doesn't know about her alter ego, just like, you know, Peter had to hide his alter ego from her in that timeline. And I thought all that was pretty cool until it turns out that in her reality, Peter Parker whips up a potion so that he doesn't have to get beat up by the bullies anymore and turns himself into the lizard. And she accidentally kills him in their battle. And then her father sees her standing over the body of dead Peter Parker and thinks that Spider-Woman killed Peter Parker. And so now there's the duality of her father is hunting her without knowing it. Which is, that part I liked. But here's what I don't like about it, right? The implication is that if Peter Parker had not been bitten by the radioactive spider, he would have become basically Eric Harris, Dylan Klebold. He would have become a school shooter. Except in his case, he would have whipped up a potion, using his intelligence to whip up a potion to turn into the lizard to kill people, right? That's what Peter Parker would have done. And if I were to play devil's advocate for just a moment, I might suggest that if you go back to Peter Parker's origin, he gets bit by the spider and his first instinct is to use his spider powers to try and win money as a wrestler. And then he doesn't stop a criminal who basically robs someone. And that's when Uncle Ben tragically is killed. And that is what kind of gives him the need to take responsibility and help people. Maybe from that argument, you could make the case that Peter Parker might have been on a trajectory of abusing power. I don't know. I would be open to the chat's thoughts on this, but I just tend to think that Peter Parker was a good person who was slightly abusing his power when he first got it, but only after he got his power was he tempted. And he wasn't abusing it to rob people. He wasn't abusing it to hurt people. He wasn't even abusing it to get back at bullies. All he wanted was to make a little money and impress a girl. And the only reason he didn't stop the robber in the original story is because he just didn't think it was his problem. He just thought, you know what? I'm not going to get involved. It's not my problem. And also he kind of wanted a little bit of revenge on the guy that had screwed him, who hadn't paid him the money he had won at wrestling. And so he was a little bit of get even. But was he out beating people up? Was he out using his powers to abuse people? No. So my point is, Peter Parker is a good person. He always was a good person, and he learned a terrible lesson when he slightly abused his power for personal gain. He learned a valuable lesson that he never had to learn again. And to be fair, Peter Parker occasionally would kind of get a bit power drunk once in a while and have to learn a lesson again. But for the most part, he is a good, decent human being. So the idea that he would whip up a potion to become the Lizard, do you know what that is? Do you know what that is? That is flat out lazy storytellers saying, ooh, wouldn't it be cool if instead of Doc Connors in her universe, because Peter Parker didn't get bit, instead he becomes the Lizard. Without any consideration to whether that actually fits the character of Peter Parker, which it doesn't. So, oh man, I missed it. Wrangler says, do it. That would be hilarious. Watch the SJWs all go vapor lock. Oh yeah, tweet. Well, unfortunately, I don't have much of a Twitter following, so. But you know what? I'll work on my Twitter. I have such a list of things. I'm launching an Iron Age novel, don't you know? Fuman Blue says, playing Last Epoch. Well, I listen. Yes, playing Last Epoch. Enjoy, Fuman Blue. Love to hear it. So, yes. So that's number one. So those are my two issues with Spider-Gwen's story. I don't like the head shave. Oh, well, there's a third issue. We'll get into that one. I guess we could just get into it. I guess we could. Whereas, I have this bookmarked, I'm sure. There's Rise of the Beasts. Oh, past Captain. Don't tell me. All right. Well, you know what? I'm just going to tell you because I'm too lazy to look it up. So Spider-Gwen has a trans flag in her room, which is prominently shown in a scene. Also, her father, Captain Stacy, has a trans flag patch on his police uniform. Oh my God. But Gwen Stacy's trans flag says, protect trans kids. And I saw, I was looking for this image, and of course I stumbled on all these Twitter posts of just, oh my God, it's so affirming to see that, I'm so happy to see that Gwen Stacy is a trans ally. And I just, it hurts my soul when I read those tweets, because I just think, look, I have compassion for these people as humans, and I understand what it's like to want acceptance and to want understanding. I just regret that they are the victims of an ideology which has twisted their minds and has convinced them that anyone who does not agree that they are what they claim to be hates them personally and is their enemy, which is not the case. I have no hate for trans-identified individuals. I have no hate for them at all. As a matter of fact, when I think of the phrase "protect trans kids," I'm trying to find an analogy. To me, it's something on the line of like, protect the German people from the you-know-what threat. Okay? If I just were to go back to World War II, it's like what you're talking about is what kids need protection from is being chemically castrated, surgically mutilated, brainwashed into believing that their biology is not accurate and that they are not the biology in which they are. Being brainwashed into believing that there are more than two sexes, which is not a fact. They're being brainwashed into believing that established evidence-based science is not accurate. The abuse of child's minds. Let me explain something. Let me just explain something to the woke crazies out there. You do not have the right to simply download into children's brains anything you want. This goes for everyone, by the way. Now, parents are going to teach kids whatever they want to teach kids. But I believe that it is a parent's responsibility to recognize that you are not, you are an equal to the child, right? That is not to say you don't have authority, because obviously you're their guardian. It's your responsibility to protect them, guide them, care for them. And that does mean that, yes, you are in charge. But that being said, as a human being, a child, an infant, and of any age is an equal of any other human being. That is a fact. Therefore, it is the responsibility of adults to protect children from being brainwashed with things that aren't true. So I'm quite, so we have this protect the trans kids, right? It's like, no, we need to protect kids from the trans insanity and the woke mind virus. That's what we need to do. We need to protect them from chemical castration and other such mutilation. And yes, show compassion for them if they are indeed going through a true identity crisis. That is a mental situation. They deserve compassion and empathy and help. It is not protecting them to indoctrinate them into a lie. So in any case, I've gone on a rather long tangent. That is the extent of pretty much everything good in this movie. I would say that I enjoyed like the animation, the music, all of that. Now, was it a terrible story? Look, what I will say is a lot of the dialogue in this movie is totally basic bitch. Like, a lot of it is it's just dialogue for the sake of dialogue. Like, there's this whole scene in which Miles Morales gets in a fight with his parents because he's late. And if you just unpack the actual dialogue, there's really nothing being said. They're like, Miles, this isn't like you. Why won't you just tell us? Tell us what's going on, and why won't you take some responsibility? He's like, well, you never listen to me, and you don't want to ever hear what I have to say. Well, we're gonna hear what you have to say. What do you have to say? He's like, well, I'm gonna say it, the thing I have to say. Well, then out with it. Fine. What is it that's so important you have to say it? And he says, never mind. And he goes, and I'm like, this was like 13 lines of dialogue in which nothing was actually said. And a lot of the dialogue in this movie is like that. And I'm like, compare that with the very first Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movie, in which Spider-Man, or rather Peter Parker, is in the car with Uncle Ben, and Uncle Ben says, hey, Peter, we need to have a talk. I know you're going through changes. And look, this Flash Thompson guy you punched, I'm sure he had it coming. But that's not the way to do things. Like, great responsibility. He gives him that speech, and then Peter kind of comes back with, look, you sound like you think I'm going to be a criminal or something. He's like, no, that's not what I'm saying, and I'm not trying to act like I'm your father. And then Peter Parker says, well, then stop pretending to be. And you just see like it's a smack in the face to Uncle Ben, and he's like, you're right. I'm sorry. And you can see how hurt he is. And it's like, that is a powerful, short dialogue in which a huge amount is said with things that aren't even said, right? There's what was said, and then there's what it really meant even below that, under that surface layer of, here's Uncle Ben just being told by Peter, you're not my father, stop pretending to be. And it's like, wow. Watch that scene again. It moves me to tears even now because I know what's about to happen, right? It's like, oh my God, that is freaking brilliant, man. Compare that to this garbage, and you just go, why don't you say what you have to say? I'm going to say what I have to say. Well, then say it. Say it already, big man. Be a big man and say the thing you're going to say that you haven't said. This is ChatGPT writing, folks. The movie is filled with crap like that. All right, I'm sorry, Fu Man Blue. I saw your super chat. Fu Man Blue with a 10. With a $10. Wow. Setting a new record on the channel. Fu Man Blue. I am unworthy, sir. I am unworthy. No. Thank you. Your captain salutes you. I appreciate your support of this channel. And with that 10, Fu Man Blue says, I do hate that about long established characters when the writers have a message to tell, so they make the character repeat old mistakes in order to force the learning moment in which they speak their message. And so this is very well put, right? Because he's basically, again, long established characters, and the writers want to get their message across. So what do? They have the character repeat old mistakes they've already learned from again, just so they can have a plot contrivance, basically, so that the character can repeat the thing they once said. And that is exactly the kind of thing that I'm talking about. It's like we have these scenes where Miles is in trouble, but like for what though? But what is he actually in trouble for? Like that scene in the first Spider-Man film when Peter Parker literally, you visibly hurts his uncle's feelings. And it's kind of a spiteful, mean kind of teenager thing to do. And there's something real happening in that moment. There's something real happening there. In this film, I get the feeling that most of the dialogues are just there so that we can have an excuse for Miles to be grounded so we can have the plot happen. And so I agree. I take your point, Fu Man Blue. And Fu Man Blue goes on to say, Uncle Ben understood that his decision to become the guardian of the boy meant more than just feeding him. It means you pass on your wisdom or variations of that mistake. I'm confusing. He's saying, or variations of the old mistake, he's going on to say. But no, that is very well said. Uncle Ben understood it meant more than feeding Peter. It meant passing on his wisdom. And who was the actor who played Ben Parker in that first Spider-Man film? He was so good. I forget his name. Really, he was my favorite Uncle Ben, even better than Martin Sheen in Amazing Spider-Man. Spider-Man 2002. It was. I almost feel like just playing that scene because I love it so much. Cliff Robertson. Yeah, Cliff Robertson played Uncle Ben, and he just, you can see it in his face. I mean, he's an actual old school actor. You could just see it in his face how hurt he was. He didn't have to say a word. It was just beautiful. You just don't have that in this film. Fu Man Blue says, growing up, I noticed this acutely because I learned with Peter and I knew better. And he also goes on to say that, Cliff Robertson was great as Uncle Ben. He really was. He absolutely was. Now, I actually quite like the actors that play, the actor who plays Miles Morales' father. It's just a personal thing. I just don't like the actress who plays his mother, but she actually does a fine job. I'm sure if you didn't, it's just a thing with me. You ever get that thing where there's an actor you see and they're in a role and you hate the character, you hate the actor's performance of the character, and they just annoy you? Like Maria LaGuardia in the Dexter show, she annoyed the shit out of me. I never liked any scene she was in. Oh my God, they had this whole subplot in Dexter where she falls in love with Batista, and for whatever reason, for like a whole season of the show, every scene with Angel and LaGuardia was them making out and just getting it on and just bumping uglies. And I'm like, oh, gross. To this day, I fast forward those scenes. I'm like, no, I don't want to see this. This is like watching. Never mind. Don't finish that sentence, Captain. Don't finish this sentence. No, it's like these are two very unfortunate looking people. Let's just say that. And it's weird too, because that show Dexter was not like very romance heavy. Like, I mean, sometimes it would have a romance arc with Dexter, but most of the time, I guess Deb would be in kind of a sweaty romance once in a while with a dude. But she was hot though. That's the difference. She was hot, and so it wasn't a big deal. No, it's so like that ruined it for me. I can't hear that voice and like the character. All right, let's move on. So I'm watching this movie, and the kids are liking it, and the crowd seems happy with it. And I'm enjoying a lot of the action sequences. I will say I loved the variation of Spider-Man that was so it's an alternate reality in which New York is populated. It's unclear, but it's sort of implied that the predominant culture in the world in this variation is Indian culture. And so Manhattan is actually like an Indian city. And it's kind of a Bollywood Indian style Spider-Man. And he was actually super cool. His costume was amazing. So there were like cool Spider-Man variations that were kind of cool. But here's the problem. The problem is there's about 3,000 spider people, and most of them are annoying, obnoxious, or boring. And I'm watching this film, and look, Spider T-Rex, give me a freaking break. I don't want to see Spider T-Rex. And Peter Parker's in it, and you've probably already heard they bring in old Peter Parker that was his mentor in the first one, and he's got his baby May, and she's in and they play that this whole gag that's running throughout the whole film is that she's already shooting webs, and she's a precocious little toddler. And so he's basically a dad going into battle with his baby strapped to his chest. Also, a Spider-Woman who's pregnant going into battle pregnant. Why are the woke so obsessed with this shit? What is this obsession with, like, pregnant women fighting in wars? I mean, seriously, I will fully tell you. My mother, while she was pregnant with me, worked horses. She was actually on a ranch riding horses. So in no way do I think that women can't do anything while pregnant? No, I don't think that. But it's weird. It's weird to think that, like, the woke seem to believe that it's some kind of male patriarchal oppression conspiracy. That the idea that pregnant women should maybe sit it out while they're pregnant if it's a fucking... I'm sorry. A swear jar for the captain this episode. That they should maybe sit it out in a freaking war. It's like, I don't even understand if there's like a major female movement for this. Are women unhappy with the idea of, like, just not chilling while they're pregnant? Are women unhappy with this? Like, I'm not saying, like, they can't work or anything, but, like, is there some, like, burning desire that women have to just be in wars while pregnant? And we males have just been inadvertently oppressing them out of this opportunity for all these years? I mean, I'm just asking questions, okay? I don't understand, like, half of the woke nonsense, some of it is just, I don't even, like, explain this to me. What is your freaking obsession? Anyway. So I'm watching the movie, and I walk out of the theater, and I'm sort of in my mind digesting what I've just been through, and I'm thinking, what thoughts am I going to share with my dear sailors and starnauts tomorrow about this film? Because a part of me kind of liked it. Like I said, I mostly enjoyed Gwen Stacy's arc. I liked her story. She's cute, except for the head shave. She's cool, except for the trans flag. And I like her, I like her little romance with Miles. It's kind of cute. It's very reminiscent of Spider-Man. I'm okay with all of that. And she was the most actually like Spider-Man to me of any of the Spider characters. She really was. She was the most like Spider-Man in terms of the morals, the ethics, which is sad. Because the one Peter Parker's played as a boob that's got his irresponsibly has his child in battle with him. Then you have Ben Reilly, who technically is a Peter Parker clone, but the Scarlet Spider, and they play him for laughs. They make him a big dumb joke. It's kind of funny, but it's not funny because they're making fun of a character that's a serious character. But their whole joke is that Ben Reilly is in everything is emotional pain. He's like emo. He's just an emo. And then there's one other Spider-Man character they play for laughs. So they really don't allow any of the Peter Parkers to be, interesting or charismatic characters. They just can't. So is the audio low? Sorry, Fu Man Blue saying audio low. Let me know in the chat if the audio is low, if I need to fix it. Oh, it was you? Okay, cool. All right. Good looking out, though. Good looking out. So, yeah, So I'm thinking to myself, what am I going to tell my dear sailors and starnauts tomorrow? And I was sort of at the conclusion that what I'm going to tell them is that it's a pretty good movie. Miles Morales is pretty likable. Bunch of woke nonsense in it. Fine. I didn't like a lot of the spider people, but I guess if you forgive all that other crap, it's not bad. It's pretty good. Brilliant graphics, brilliant animation, blah, blah, blah. And then it hit me. My dear sailors and starnauts. That's not how I feel at all. That is not how I feel at all. Let me tell you exactly how your captain feels about this movie. Do you know what I would like? Do you know what I would enjoy? A a freaking Peter Parker Spider-Man movie. No multiverses, no bullshit timelines, no sacred timelines, no weird Spider Pig or Spider T-Rex, just a freaking Peter Parker Spider-Man movie. That is what I would enjoy. That is what I would like. And you know what? Screw this movie, quite frankly. Screw this movie and screw all of this nonsense. Oh, it's kind of good. It's kind of this. I like the animation. With greatest respect to Critical Drinker, with greatest respect to the Friday Night Tight guys that like this movie, I'm sick of this crap. I'm just sick of it. Miles Morales is fine. Who cares? He's a boring vanilla character, honestly. He's not Spider-Man. And this whole movie, they can't shut up about the fact that Miles Morales is he literally says it in the movie. I am Miles Morales. It's like, look, he's a cheap Spider-Man knockoff for the purposes of pushing their weird racialized ideology. That is his only purpose. He is a tokenized character, as young Ripa would very accurately explain. Eric July. And if you want to know what a tokenized character is, go to Young Ripa, watch Eric July's videos. He explains it very eloquently. It is basically giving a black character a white character's sloppy seconds because you do not believe as a creator that a original black character can carry a movie because you yourself are a racist. That is what tokenization is. So listen, if I just put all that aside for a minute, is this an enjoyable movie? I mean, yeah, fine, but it would have been 10 times better if it were just a Spider-Man movie. Listen, let me explain something to you. Peter Parker is a brilliant character. Peter Parker is an excellent, iconic, wonderful character with impeccable morals and a beautiful story and an iconic mythology. Every other version that they have shoehorned into this movie is a cheap knockoff. And if you pay attention while you're watching this movie and you allow the illusion to fall away for a minute, you will realize this. You will realize that you actually are longing for Peter Parker. I hunted, Rob. I hunted for Tobey Maguire's. My point is that if you are watching this movie, you are maybe consciously or unconsciously experiencing a subtle realization that everything you're watching, however interesting, however compelling, however charming and beautiful and cute Spider-Gwen is, at the end of the day, where's the real action? The real action is Peter Parker, Uncle Ben, Aunt May, Spider-Man, Mary, freaking Jane. And that's what I would enjoy. So look, here's the other thing I will say about this movie. Quick little water break. Your captain is working up quite a thirst. I can only imagine what memes may eventually emerge about me. I don't have a habit of saying things that are in my best interests. Hey, I'll get to that in just a second. Fu Man Blue says, Swords and Starships, Wolves Will Eat is the second book, right? I'm getting them. Why, thank you, Fu Man Blue. Yes, you are correct, sir. Wolves Will Eat is the second book in my Blood and Oak series. So, and those two books tell a complete story arc. They tell a complete story arc, which I call the Chronicler arc. But that's not important. You don't need to know that. Anyway, just think of it as season one. So the first book ends on a cliffhanger, but the second book has a conclusive, and if I might add, just if I might be so bold, a very satisfying conclusion, but there will be more adventures. So I hope you enjoy and let me know. Wrangler says, nah, they can't do that. It would honor an original character that the studios hate being respectful to original characters, referring to Peter Parker. They can't just do a Peter Parker movie. You are right, Wrangler. You know, it's... So let me just put it this way. I'm watching this movie, and so remember, this realization I've just shared with you came after I left the theater and after I had a minute to kind of let it sink in, right? Because while I was watching it, I did feel quite a bit of enjoyment at several different parts of the movie, like Spider-Man 2099, I think it is, or 2999 or whatever he is. I never read those comics, but I'm aware of the character. He's the futuristic Spider-Man. He was pretty cool. I thought for a minute he was Freddie Prinze Jr. voicing him, but then I checked the IMDb. It's not, but he sounds like Freddie Prinze half the time. It's weird. Anyway, he was cool, but so I wasn't aware of this while I was watching it, but what I started to like realize as I thought about it after I left the theater is that, the best parts of this movie, the moments when it soars, there was literally a moment that was quite moving when, and I'm just going to mild spoiler here, Miles Morales saves the life of Captain Singh, who is the alter world version of Captain Stacy. So in the Indian Spider-Man universe, it's instead of Captain Stacy, it's Captain Singh, right? Which, by the way, I thought the Indian alternate reality was cool. I really quite enjoyed that. What a racist I am. I really quite liked the Indian version of Spider-Man. He was charismatic. He was fun. He was cool. He actually had a very Spider-Man-like personality. Interestingly enough, I actually think Indian culture being very bright and cheerful, at least in terms of their films that I've watched, I'm not speaking for the whole culture. I'm just saying what I observe of the way their movies are very bright and colorful and full of happiness, something we used to have in Hollywood movies. He's actually a very fitting character, a very fitting culture for Spider-Man's character. So it actually fits quite well. Pregnant Spider-Woman, not so freaking much. Thank you very much. On a freaking motorcycle. As Chef Ramsay would say, I can't say what Chef Ramsay would say because I promised. But, just fuck off is what he would say. Anyway. What was I saying? I lost my place. I interrupted myself. I've got to stop doing that. So anyway, but I just became aware that the best parts of this film have a problem. They are saddled with baggage. And do you know what that baggage is? Wokeness. And it hit me. I'm like, I talk often about how the woke are incompetent storytellers. They can't tell good stories. And it may be that I'm engaging in just a touch, just a dab of hyperbole. It's possible. I doubt it. I very much doubt it. The captain would never speak in hyperbole. Never. But it's possible. One could argue that I occasionally am being slightly hyperbolic when I say that the wokies cannot ever tell a good story. Because there are occasions in which generally what I would consider woke as hell writers manage to pull off kind of the example I gave was American Horror Story occasionally has a season that's pretty good, and Ryan Murphy is about as woke as it gets. But he actually has some chops as a writer and actually has some talent half the time, right? And the thing about Ryan Murphy though is that he's not putting the woke shit in there because he's trying to make a point. Well, it used to be. These days actually it's pretty bad. But in the early days of American Horror Story, it was just because that's just how he thinks. It's just that's kind of the stuff he finds fun. And half the time it was tongue in cheek. He was kind of half making fun of the trope at the same time he was putting it in there, which is when it was kind of fun. So like that's actually the kind of woke storytelling that can get close to being really good, right? But that's exceedingly rare. And so in this case, I'm looking at this movie, and it's no exception to the rule, because you know what it is? It's the exception that proves the rule. Because I would argue that on paper, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse is a fairly good film in terms of its story structure. It's fairly well written. It has some powerful, touching moments. The animation is brilliant, etc., etc., etc. And yet, it falls well short of how good it could be for one simple reason. It is saddled. It is saddled with woke garbage, just like a dead weight. It's like it's got a ball and chain shackled to its ankle and it's trying to swim, this movie. Because every time the movie is starting to soar, it's like, oh, here comes Prager Spider-Man, and she's lying, and of course she's in charge, and of course she's browbeating all the men. And it's like, and then it's like, but then we have this beautiful moment when Miles Morales saves the life of Captain Singh, and everything's going, you know, it's like, oh, this is really touching and beautiful. But then we have London punk Spider-Man comes in, and he's bitching about being an anti-fascist and helping support protest and, you know, and F the police and all this garbage. And I'm like, and so the whole movie is like this. It's like every time you're starting to get immersed into this world, it mulches through another woke storytelling trope. And now look, I guess the wokies like it. It's catnip for them. It's fine. What I think is most normal people are kind of unaware of it. It's like most normal people that like a movie like this, they're not aware of how good it could have been because they don't think the way that story analytical types like myself do. And it's not a put down. I'm not getting all precious about it. I'm just saying they just don't, look, it's like a guy that's a gearhead looks at a car and he's constantly thinking about the engine and how it works. I look at a car and I don't see any of that. Normal people watching a film, they're not thinking about what's under the hood. I am, because I'm in there thinking, if they had done this, it could have been this way, or this could have, like Mahler. Mahler diagnoses exactly how the story could have worked and what's not working. To me, a story is a Swiss watch, and all the little gears are ticking, and when I hear a wrong note, the gear is it's misaligned. And so I just can't help but see how good it could have been. And the normies are not aware of what they're missing out on. They just aren't. And so I don't blame them for their ignorance. But what I will say is, to the extent this film falls short of how good it could have been, it's because it's got all this woke garbage just dragging it down. Let me give you an example, right? I actually think Miles Morales is a pretty compelling character. I think Gwen Stacy is a pretty compelling character. And if we could just have it be about them and their story versus Spider-Man 2999, who's actually a pretty interesting, I don't want to say too much because it would be a spoiler, but let's just say he's an interesting character, and he sometimes, I'll just leave it at that. He's an interesting character with a very important part to play in the story. The Spot is a pretty interesting villain. All really good. Captain, the captain of the Captain Stacy for Gwen, and then I forget his name, Captain Morales for Miles Morales, are both good father figures that are pretty interesting. That is enough. That is enough to tell a beautiful story with 5 or 6 interesting Spider-Men. Like the Indian Spider-Man is cool. The moment where his Captain Singh is saved is pretty cool, and it plays an important part in the plot. And I like kind of the over the hill, but picking up the pieces of his life, Peter Parker, who's now with Mary Jane and he's got a daughter. That's all great. But what do? They put pregnant motorcycle Spider-Woman in there, and she's got to butt in to every freaking scene. And of course she has to be the girl boss. Because, let's just face it. Because of course she is. Because she's got to be the wham in a color who has to be having the last word at every scene, because we have to check another identity box. And it's like, look, I'm not the one that made it about race. They are. The wokies did. They made this about racial stuff. It's like, I never batted an eye that Samuel L. Jackson was playing Nick Fury, because you know what? Nobody said a word about it. It was just one day we had an Iron Man movie. Sam Jackson shows up as Nick Fury, and you know what? He has swagger, he's got an eye patch, and he's a frickin' boss. And it works. And I never had any issue with that. And it's like, and now what are they doing? Now they're emasculating him. Now they're Jake Skywalkering Nick Fury, and it's tragic. And poor Samuel L. Jackson, who's probably as woke and progressive as the rest of them, well, he's getting what he deserves, because these are the people you hang out with, bro. And, so enjoy what they're about to do to your character, by the way, who was a boss in the Avengers film. But I digress. So they have to bring in Prager's motorcycle chick, who's, frankly, you know what? She just is unattractive. She's a very unfortunate looking woman. And not interesting. Don't care about her story. She's annoying. And Spider-Man doesn't ride a motorcycle, so that's dumb. Spider T-Rex. What the fuck is that? But that's not the woke part. I guess, yeah, okay, here we go. And then we have Peter Parker, who's a pretty good mentor. He's kind of a down on his luck loser who's turning his life around, and he's becoming the good Peter Parker that he was again. Oh, so what do? We have him ride into battle with a baby, which undermines his character because it means he's irresponsible. Come on. That's freaking insane. That's insane. Even in the logic of this universe, it's insane. It doesn't make any sense at all. You're endangering a child. And it just turns him into an incompetent boob. It makes his character laughable in every scene, and it ruins it. And it's like, this movie could have absolutely soared. It could have absolutely left me on a high when I left the theater if it had just not had this dead weight dragging it down. And so that is how I feel about Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. It's not a good movie because it is saddled with all the garbage. It is a good movie that is dragging a sled packed with woke garbage behind it, slowing it down. Watch it and tell me if I'm wrong. And does it have good things about it? Yes. Guess what would have been better? A freaking Peter Parker Spider-Man movie. That would have been better. Which, in my view, invalidates the whole reason for this stupid movie existing in the first place. Because if that is true, if what I just said is true, and most of the public would agree with that, then it means that the whole purpose of this movie is to prop up a character that's not that interesting. It's like we're trying to force a spin-off character across the finish line. So, look, it was a rough day at the movies yesterday, is what I'm telling you. Rise of the Beast, meh. I would rate it exactly a 5. I would give Rise of the Beast exactly a 5, because that mediocrity is the perfect score for that movie. It's neither offensive nor is it particularly thrilling, is all I will say. Its plot is serviceable, but neither is it any kind of genius advancing of the envelope. It's like a Black Adam or a Shazam. It's like, yep, you're going through the motions. Yep, check. I'm sorry, but if that's what you're looking for in a Transformers movie, I feel bad. I feel bad for Transformers fans. I truly do. You've got a shit deal, but you know what? We're all in that world with you now. We all have a shit deal. We all get to watch every character we ever grew up with. Every single one of them. There isn't one of them that's getting out of this, folks. There ain't one character you grew up with as a child that isn't about to be dragged out, humiliated, and completely destroyed. Is there one you can think of? Like He-Man, Ghostbusters? I'm going through my childhood, by the way. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh, God, I saw another ad for that stupid Seth Rogen Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. By the way, if I could just interrupt myself for a second, in the middle of a brilliant point, I might add. They had this trailer for Pixar's Elemental. What in the hell is even that? I am watching this trailer, and I'm like, what is this? This is the most... It's a fever dream. It's like this. There's no plot. There's no story. There's not one character I can even figure out how I would even invest in this character. I'm like, what is this even about? Why? Why is it? Why is this? I was like, that's my reply to seeing the Elemental trailer. Why is this? You know what it is? They went to Chat. I bet I could do it right now. I bet I could log into ChatGPT and tell you exactly how the movie Elemental came about. They went into ChatGPT and they said, act as a Pixar producer and writer. In fact, I'm real time, folks. Act as a Pixar writer coming up with the newest Pixar movie concept. What is it about? I love ChatGPT, by the way. I have great fun with this. Let's see. Oh, that's pretty good. It comes up with a logline. In a world where imagination is a tangible force, a young artist named Mia discovers a mysterious paintbrush that brings her drawings to life. With the help of a mischievous yet wisecracking animated character from one of her sketches, Mia embarks on an extraordinary journey to save the realm of creativity from an encroaching darkness that threatens to erase all imagination. Beyond the Brush is an enchanting Pixar tale that celebrates the power of art, friendship, and the boundless potential of human imagination. ChatGPT literally just wrote that right now. I swear to God. That is better than Elemental. I'm not shitting you. Tell me that's not that's actually pretty good. That's kind of a good story. I actually kind of like that. Good job, ChatGPT. Okay. Let me catch up on the chat a little bit. Fuman Blue says, I don't even remember Nick Fury. When I saw Jackson, I was so thrilled. I would have been anyway, though. Fuman Blue says, could Spider Rex web shoot? I'm trying to remember. I think it did something like that. It was dumb. It was just so dumb. It was like a really fast one shot. Fuman Blue says, how's the SG-1 grind? Well, I would hate to say it's a grind, but I would look, the show's a bit dated, okay? I'm just going to be honest with you. I am watching it though. And what I will say is I like that it tells science fiction stories, and I do enjoy that. I think I need to watch more of it because I've only seen about 5 episodes. I'm at the episode where they're on the yellow planet with the blue crystals, and the blue crystals like take over Colonel O'Neill's mind, and something weird is going on with him. So I need to see how that ends. So I am reserving judgment until I've seen more of it, because look, if I just watched the first 5 episodes of Deep Space Nine, right, and then reported to you how I felt about Deep Space Nine, you would have gotten a very different opinion than I currently have of Deep Space Nine. I consider Deep Space Nine one of the greatest science fiction television series ever made. I consider it the crown jewel of the Star Trek canon. I consider it one of the very best Star Trek stories of all time is Deep Space Nine. However, if I had given you my opinion of Deep Space Nine based solely on the first 5 episodes of Deep Space Nine, it would have been quite the opposite opinion, okay? So I'm being fair to Stargate. I'm giving it time to build its case, okay? But I'm just going to say, there's some good stuff in it. There's some nostalgia about it. I love Colonel O'Neill. I will say this. I like Colonel O'Neill. I really like Captain Carter. I really like that the military acts like the military in it. I will say those are all really nice things. Remember when the military had sound tactical judgment? That was nice. I missed that. That's like, I think my challenge with it is that, okay, they go to a planet and like all the people speak English. They always speak English. Now, listen, I know that this is also true in Star Trek, but in Star Trek, they had a magical bullshit technology called the Universal Translator, which explained it. Now, it's not a deal breaker, but look, in a show where you have a scientist who's constantly talking about, well, we have to decode the hieroglyphs, and we have to figure out the coordinates of the Stargate. But meanwhile, there's no scientific explanation for why they can just, ancient Mongolians transplanted to another planet thousands of years ago can speak modern English. I'm sorry, but that begs for an explanation. I'm just saying, okay? I'm not being mean here. All right. Fu Man Blue says, we need to bring the Coneheads back. They can give everyone a nice objective viewpoint. We shall remunerate with metallic tender discs. Fu Man Blue says, season 1 and 2 are a grind. Okay, fair enough. Look, season 1 of Star Trek The Next Generation is a freaking grind, okay? It is a grind, my dude. But then season 1 of Deep Space Nine, actually, I would say is the least grind of a first season Star Trek show, but it is still a bit of a grind. Star Trek Voyager season 1, oof. Oh, man. Well, look, there's about 4 or 5 episodes in season 1 of Voyager I really like because they dealt with the Maquis crew integrating with Voyager. Some of those were pretty good. But season 1s are tough, man. In the old school of storytelling, season 1s were tough. And maybe we're a little bit hard on the streaming services these days. Maybe we're just a touch hard on them for that. I mean, shit, man, you've got like, you kind of are lucky these days if you get 3 seasons on a streaming show, which is all the more strange that they give, Blood Origin gets a second, Rings of Power gets another season. Fu Man Blue says Blue Crystals will have a callback in time as it's a good lore story. All right, fair enough. I mean, I like that it's kind of an alien-looking planet. That's cool. Fu Man Blue says they know their lore so well, they never miss a beat if something is like something else. They call it hanging a lantern on a thing. Yes, indeed. I'll keep checking it out. I'm watching it. Stargate SG-1. And actually, I think I'm going to take on Babylon 5 next also. So, did I finish my review? I think I did. I did finish my review of Spider-Man Miles Morales Across the Spiderverse. I take no pleasure. I take no pleasure in reporting these things to you. I would have enjoyed just watching a Spider-Man film without the woke bullshit. And as woke bullshit goes, it's not as cringe as some other things I've seen. But you know what? At this point, I'm done. I'm done being charitable. I'm tired of this shit. I don't want any more of it. I got no time for any of it. It's just like, that's where I'm at with it. Like, I don't have time for this crap anymore. I'm like, I don't want to see the trans flag crap. Child mutilation is bad, okay? And I'm just not screwing around anymore with this crap. Like, I'm not apologizing for any, it's time. We have heard their case, and it's a loser. And I'm tired of being preached to, and so if you may have missed it, if you came in late, but at the beginning of the stream, I showed you my trailer for my Iron Age project, Galaxyborn, which you can view at galaxyborn.com. www.galaxyborn.com. And I should have put it in the description, but I was derelict in my duty as a captain. And so I shall face court-martial. But in the meantime, in my trailer, I point out that here at Swords and Starships, which also will be the name of my studio developing Iron Age projects, and this is to be kind of the launch pad for more, our stories are not going to have a political opinion. And a friend of mine asked me if that, he said that might be confusing because it might suggest to people that you're saying there won't be politics in your stories. And by no means am I saying that. What I am saying is the story does not have a political opinion. The story is not there to lecture you. My story is not going to be a shrine to right-wing conservatism any more than it's going to be a shrine to left-wing ideology. Now, I am the writer, and I am human, so is my experience and my beliefs going to influence the story? Of course they will. But I don't write with the intention of pushing my beliefs on anyone. I write with the intention of creating complex, interesting stories in which things are viewed from multiple angles. If you read my books, Blood and Oak, which Fu Man Blue so generously purchased my books, you will see that there are lots of characters in my books that disagree wildly on their worldview. And by the way, disagree with my worldview, I would say. There's a character in my story, Ethan, who is a deeply Christian religious man, and he has views in the book that are pretty, I would say, at least at the time I was writing, I should say, were very much in opposition to my own views. But I still wrote him to be a persuasive character. I wrote him to be a character that made a case for why he is the way he is and why he believes the things he believes. And I created characters that argue with him, and they disagree with him on his worldview. And that's how I approach everything, because that's interesting, because that's fun, because I like exploring the other side, right? Life isn't interesting if you don't explore other ways of looking at it. That's the beauty of storytelling. Storytelling allows us to imagine things differently. The woke don't want to see anything different. They want to see what they want to see, and they don't want to see anything they don't want to see. They're boring people, quite frankly. They're boring. That's why they're so easy to meme and make fun of. Re. Why is the re meme so easy? Because they're boring. They're boring people. They take everything way too seriously. The minute you're taking everything way too seriously, you're a meme. You're officially a meme. It's just going to happen. That's why politicians are so easy to meme, because they're so sanctimonious all the time. Except for one I can think of, but we're not going to go there. So I say that, the story has no political opinion because the story doesn't. The story is not observing you. The story is allowing you to observe the characters and is inviting you to come into their world and forget that you're in your own world for a while. And the only way to do that is to create a situation in which there is dramatic weight to every side. And so I go by the old adage, good storytelling is when two people are arguing and both are right. Or two people are arguing and both are wrong, as the case may be. And occasionally, yes, someone is right, someone is wrong. I'm not saying everything's morally relative. I'm just saying that the story will present multiple viewpoints, and I will give a fair weight to all those views. Because if you don't do that, you're not actually exploring anything. You're just parroting all the things you believe. You're just creating propaganda. So, and on that subject, try this headline, my dear sailors and star nuts. Let's drag out another headline for us, shall we? It's an oldie. It's an oldie, but I wanted to kind of get into this a little bit. There's definitely a blue pill take, let me tell you. And you know what? It's not even a blue pill. It's just cope. It's just media cope. This from CBR. This from CBR.com. The WGA strike is a fight against everything fans claim to hate. Some vocal fandoms aren't supporting the writers' strike, which is baffling, because the writers are fighting against everything fans claim to hate. Gotta hit the cough button here. 1 second. Captain's been on a rant. Gonna need some tea later. In the public relations battlefield, the Writers Guild of America should have an easy edge over the Association of Motion Picture and Television Producers. The 2023 WGA strike is about wages for writers, and it's about fixing everything contentious fandoms claim to hate. Faced with a choice between David Zaslav and the DC Universe, what fan would side with the guy who paid himself nearly 3 times the budget of the canceled Batgirl? Ew. Evil, cis, white gendered male. Ew. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, thanks to how profitable outrage is on YouTube and social media, some are doing just that. Yeah, and this article's not outrage, is it? This article's perfectly fair and balanced and reasonable. The approved intellectual class. Yes, they are supremely neutral. And they are, of course, above such things as outrage. No, they would never get outraged about anything, would they? No. You see, they're your betters. Because everything from Star Wars to genre TV staples like The Flash, The CW, prompt familiar cries from these disaffected viewers as bad writing. Thus, with writers asking for fair pay, better job security, and other fundamental workers' rights, the bad writing chorus is on the side of the studios. Yeah, though these folks, who also frequently blame studios or individual producers, executives like Star Wars Kathleen Kennedy, so stunning, so brave, putting aside whether the writing is bad or rather some folks just don't like it, fandoms should support the WGA strike. Labor concerns aside, the writers are fighting to correct everything the most upset groups of fans dislike about a given franchise. Also putting aside the profit motive of perpetual fan outrage, it's about ensuring every character in every universe gets the story it deserves. What about perpetual trans outrage? Is there a profit motive to that? Is there a profit motive to perpetual LGBTQ plus QAIA up, down, left, right, press, pause outrage? What about perpetual racial outrage? What about that? Is there a market for that? Is there some monetization possibility there? I'm just asking. Joshua M. Patton of CBR.com. I'm just asking. The WGA strike is a counteroffensive against cynical franchise exploitation. Oh, this is rich. Oh, this is rich, isn't it? Oh, you want to talk about cynical franchise exploitation. You freaking people who have butchered every single fantasy, science fiction, superhero, comic book, classic adventure storyline ever. You dug up freaking Willow. You psychopaths dug up Willow. And you want to tell us about cynical franchise exploitation. Oh, that's just rich. It's just freaking great. It's what that is. Oh, these people. Oh, it's frustrating, my friends. It's very frustrating. But it's fun also. It's fun to make fun of them. From the outside, Warner Brothers Discovery's idea to reboot Harry Potter as a TV series seems like a cash grab. The old regimes made all the money from the films, and WBD needs revenue. Only Harry Potter films are the least problematic part of the wizarding world when considering its transphobic creator, J.K. Rowling. Ew, gross, ew! In many cases, studios know the franchise, the right-wing fascist J.K. Rowling. In many cases, studios know the franchise name will bring in the viewers, and it almost doesn't matter what the story is. Producers will bring in a writer or a team of writers and give them their demands and let the writer develop a story. However, as the show is still in production during the WGA strike, these studios aren't concerned about keeping writers involved. The writers are meant to do a couple of script drafts, turn them in, and be cut loose. Shows like The Flash, which was still filming when its final season debuted, also suffered from the needs of the business. Instead of letting the writers break the season and write the scripts before production begins, the show goes into production. Shows like Star Trek Voyager or Enterprise, for example. Oh, how dare you. Take the name of Voyager and Enterprise out of your effing mouth. You ass. No, they're defenders of Voyager, don't you know? Oh my God. Would you be Mr. Pattinson of CBR.com? Would you be someone who would have any problem with Icheb, a supporting character from Voyager, being fridged so that 7 of 9 could be turned into a bisexual revenge motivated murdering mercenary psychopath? Would you have any issue with that? I'm sure you wouldn't have. No, I'm sure that wouldn't have been a soulless cash grab to you. These people are such hypocrites. They're such liars, all of them. It's unbelievable to me. Shows like Star Trek Voyager or Enterprise, for example, would only have a few weeks lead time between episode production and airing. And you know something? They would have wrote the pants off of you. The worst episode of Enterprise is 1,000 times better than the best Kurtzman Trek I've ever seen. And Star Trek Picard Season 3 is not Kurtzman Trek. That's Metalis Trek. I'm talking about Kurtzman Trek. I've never seen a Kurtzman episode get even close to an episode of Enterprise. I would take the freaking Kazon episodes of Voyager over Kurtzman Trek any day. At least they were trying with the Kazon. I mean, they were dumb and boring, but at least they were trying, okay? As it stands now, sometimes the only WGA member on the staff is the showrunner or executive producers. They have to try to rewrite scenes or I can't believe you're putting the executive producers in, they're almost in the hero seat here. Employing more writers or giving them more time will only ensure fandoms get the level of quality storytelling they want. How the WGA strike could help make even cash grab shows and movies better. Oh no. Oh my God. Do you see how the gaslighting works, folks? Do you see how this works? These same writers, these same media shills, the improved intelligentsia, they prop up shows like Rings of Power. They call the fans racist. They claim all negative reviews and critiques are review bombing and toxic fandom. Then, when these shows fail because they're badly written. Then these same bad writers go on strike, and then they come sidling up to us and they start wheedling in our ears. Oh, now suddenly they want to convince us fans that we should be on their side. And it's like, you are the same liars, the gaslighters, who have made these properties able to live this long. These shows suck. Nobody likes them. Disney Star Wars has investors suing them over lying about the shell game they've been playing with their streaming numbers, because every freaking thing they come out with fails. Everything. Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, Thor: Love and Thunder, Doctor Strange, Mom. The list goes on. Andor, flop. Boba Fett, flop. Mandalorian Season 3, embarrassment. A freaking embarrassment. They should be... it's Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. It's not even out yet, and it's a flop. Little Mermaid, flop. Lion King, flop. Aladdin, flop. Peter Pan and Wendy. Peter Pan and Wendy, an absolute trash fire. They couldn't even show that thing in the light of day. They quickly hid it. Willow, flop. Nothing they produce is good. Nothing. The only thing they have is your lies, Mr. Patton. You and your lies are all they've had to survive as long as they have. And it's only now, in the days of the Bud Light, Target, Call of Duty, Waterloo, it's only now when the chickens have come home to roost that suddenly we need to talk. Suddenly, you and I, hey, fans, we need to have a conversation about how this could make things better. No, let me tell you what's going to make things better. When every one of these writer hacks that suck and all they care about is their dumb woke ideology, the more time they spend not getting paid, the better writing is going to get in every other thing. No, dear sir, no. Screw you. Screw you and your pathetic attempt to lie to us all. We're not falling for it anymore, sir. We're just not. It's like, I think you could boil all of this down into one thing, which is, let's just, here we go. Here's a Hail Mary. I bet I can find it. I'm looking for the one with the meme they did, the Little Mermaid, where she's got like the weird look on her face. Oh, screw it. I couldn't find it. All right. It was a nice try. All right. That's enough. We've had enough fun. We've had enough fun with that one. I can't even believe these. I can't even believe it. So let me get this straight. The reason that all the writing's been so bad is because the writers who work in a dream industry, they work in a rare field that very few people will ever get a chance to work in. And their problem is, that they're just so put upon. They're just they're just slaves. They're just poor slaves. Oh, and they work so hard for all of us. And we should just be, and if they weren't paid, like, it's like, these are the same idiots that are like, if we paid teachers the way we paid doctors, our children would be, would have higher test scores. No, well, what I think they would have a higher score in is probably depression and body dysmorphia. That is what they would have a higher score in if teachers were paid more. So no disrespect to teachers out there, but I'm just saying it's the level of quality the public school education system is providing at this current time. These are the same people. And you want to lecture me about all of Hollywood could disappear tomorrow and the world would lose nothing. Nothing. Art is a luxury of affluent societies, civilized societies. Civilized societies is the benefit of civilization is art, right? And when civilization begins to crumble, art is the first thing to go, my friends. First thing to go. Why do you think it is in all the The Walking Dead and Book of Eli and all these films? Why are all these films? It's like, what is the Mad Max? It's like, do you see a lot of museums in those worlds? No. Why not? Because it is a luxury. It is something that is a sign of success. A successful society gets to have art and well-paid artists, right? And so no, we don't need you. No, frankly, I'm a writer. What I do is not needed. The world does not need what I do to succeed. And to the extent that I am a success, it is because I have earned someone's investment in my art, because it is providing some beauty and some entertainment in their life. And that's really the crux of the matter, isn't it, Hollywood? You don't provide the service for which you are paid anymore, which is beauty and entertainment and inspiration. That is the service which you have been hired to provide, and you are failing, and now we're firing your ass. You're fired. You're fired. Get the fuck out. Sorry. Last one. Last F-bomb. It's just, I swear, parents, they text you. They text, I saw your stream, and you swear too much. And it's like, all right, well, whatever. It's my stream, parent. I'm going to do what I do, and I don't care. And then you laugh, and you play a little Fallout, and you just like, oh, parents, right? Don't watch my stream if you don't like it. And then it starts to work on you. And then you start to think about it. All right, I'm sorry, Mom. Sorry, Dad. I'll try to keep it down. It's like, you never get over the influence your parents have over you. I mean, that's, you know what I'm saying. It's like in the back of your mind, there's always this little tiny voice that's like, all right, I'm sorry. Anyway. Swords and Starships, Fu Man Blue says, can you repeat your contact info? I can give you better ideas than ChatGPT. All right. Yes. Anyone so a couple of things. Follow swordsandstarships.locals.com, because if you want to reach out to me, if you have any creative skills at all, and you want to kind of, just give me ideas for where you'd like to see Galaxyborn go, that's one place. So chat with me there, but also email galaxyborn@swordsandstarships.com. And actually, I should go in here and I should update the description. I don't want to mess with my live stream dashboard, because knowing me, I would hit the red button and I would. So I will put it in the description of the live stream after I wrap up today for sure. So it's galaxyborn.com is the website, and the email address is galaxyborn@swordsandstarships.com. And, someone is okay, cool. A Nigerian prince has already sent me an offer. That's cool. I just have to click this link and I will, okay. And, wire transfer. Awesome. Well, thank you for the support. Thank you for the support, Your Majesty. So yes, that is the website, the address, galaxyborn@swordsandstarships.com, and swordsandstarships.locals.com. And, here is my goal for Galaxyborn. So let me throw up, let me find so hang on. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but if you're a fan of created by my studio, we'll have a devoted and dedicated entertainment is dying. Crowdfunded, privately owned intellectual properties are winning. My studio, Swords and Starships, will always be privately owned. Logistics for printing and shipping costs have already been a corporation that'll hollow it out for a soulless. More products are going to become available. And probably the most important question I know is on your mind. If you support this project, you get your Galaxyborn book, you fall in love with this universe and its characters, how can you trust that Swords and Starship Studios, my studio, me, the author of this IP, won't just sell it to a corporation that'll hollow it out for a soulless cash grab? As the creator and chief writer of Swords and Starship Studios, as the author of Galaxyborn and the creator of the Galaxyborn universe, let me share with you the Swords and Starships code and pledge. This is the Swords and Starships mission. Number 1, the audience is always the genius in the room. Number 2, all fans of all walks of life are always welcome and respected. Number 3, our stories have no political opinion. Good drama is when two people are arguing and both are right. Number 4, our stories restore beauty, inspiration, and fun to storytelling. Number 5, We seek to build a fellowship of fans who, above all, prize freedom of thought and speech. Thank you for listening this far. So choose your support level below. Help me build this vast, expansive space opera universe, these colorful, larger-than-life characters. And let's make this one hell of an adventure across the stars. I'm Garrett Betancourt, aka Captain Garrett on YouTube on the Swords and Starships channel, and I will see you out there. Yes, that is the logo. That is the title, Galaxyborn, and it is to be a space opera universe. And it is going to be a grounded scientific space opera universe. So kind of more closer to Star Trek than Star Wars, but I want it to have a fair amount of fun and adventure. So that is original artwork. And actually, I'm going to see if I can find where... Okay, here we go. Let me just play the log line for you. Of an entire universe of comics, video games, eventually film, and it's beginning with a series of novels that follows the multi-species crew of the UCS Independence. Here's the story. When a plague of insectoid creatures known as the Kraid threaten to consume all life in the galaxy, Captain Cole Sadler must lead a mutinous crew in a battered starship deep into enemy space to deliver humanity's last hope for survival. A mad Rakoi war criminal. My whole life, I've been a passionate fan of science fiction, space adventure, and I'm an accomplished story. All right, so I just wanted to replay. So that's a piece, in case you missed it, of my announcement trailer that is going to be going live very soon this week on my website. I'm going to be using some advertising that's actually going to be part of my ad structure for the video for the campaign. Unfortunately, I don't have the legions yet of subscribers of an Eric July. So I kind of have to employ other methods, but the goal here is to create a sandbox, right? And I'm starting with a pretty basic story, which is a ship and a crew and a mission, and a leading man, a captain who's going to be a heroic character. He's not going to be an anti-hero. He's going to be a hero. And I was actually watching A Drink with Crazy today, and he was talking about how he's sick of anti-heroes. And look, I like anti-heroes. Don't get me wrong. I'm fine with anti-heroes. They're fun. But I'm tired of every hero being an anti-hero. And I'm tired of every hero being saddled, as I put it, saddled with the morality of the villains, right? Which is, and here's another trope that's bugging me also, is like, we can never have a hero who is happy to be a hero. You know what I mean? It's like, it's always got to be the hero that does the right thing, but at a terrible cost. And it's like, now, superheroes, in order for a superhero story to work, you do have to have a curse. Like, the character has to have some kind of sacrifice that they have to make. Like, for example, Peter Parker, his curse is that he lives a double life, and he often gets blamed for being an absentee boyfriend, an absentee nephew, an absentee reporter, when really he's out there saving lives and he's helping people. And, it's like, but he can't tell anyone, right? So his curse is that he's living a double life and he's caught between both lives. Does he want love and romance with Mary Jane, or does he want to do the right thing and help people? And so he's always caught between that. And so, of course, a superhero character, as the captain of my starship effectively is, he's got to have some element of a curse that's, part of his journey as a character. But what I'm tired of is characters that, like, their lives always get worse. Their lives are always getting worse, never getting better. They're never happy at the end of their adventure. They're always a little bit sadder and a little bit more broken at the end of their adventure. And I don't like that. I'm tired of it. It's fine for stories where it belongs. This isn't that kind of story. And I'm sure I will write stories that are those kind of stories. And those stories can be written in Galaxyborn. You know, Galaxyborn is meant to be a broad, expansive universe, and I hope to bring in new kinds of stories and other adventures and spin-offs and things like that that fit within the Bible and the canon that will naturally evolve. And the other thing, too, that's important is the Bible will evolve based upon the success of each installment, right? I'm not just going to say, oh, this storyline has to go in there because that's what I want. If I find that the story is going in a certain direction and fans are liking it, and there's an intriguing element of the universe that is pulling on fans' interest more, well, then that's where I'm going to want to go, because I think that is where stories should go. They should go where there's curiosity and there's interest. You know, Mass Effect is like one of my absolute favorite sci-fi universes ever. And it's also one of it's my favorite video game franchise ever. But I'm also quite critical of some of the story choices they made in Mass Effect. And in Mass Effect 3, I think one of the problems with the ending, like the ending of the series, is that they turned the Reapers into something kind of banal. In the whole idea of the Reapers is that they were these mysterious, almost Lovecraftian super machines that lived for millions of years, and they existed in this kind of eternal state, and they would harvest all life in the galaxy. It would, I'll never forget the first time I ever saw Mass Effect. I had no idea what I was looking at. I just happened to walk into the room when a friend of mine was playing it. I had never heard of the game before, and I just remember seeing the scene where Shepard talks to a Reaper, to Sovereign, in Saren's base. I didn't know that's what I was looking at. I just happened to see the scene. I remember being glued to the screen. I was like, what is this game? Oh, it's this game called Mass Effect, and it's in the future. And I was like, the armor on these characters is so cool. This looks so interesting. I was like, what is this? And then this conversation starts between Shepard and the voice of Sovereign is so freaking cool. The effect of that in that first game. And the conversation was absolutely engrossing. It was like I was in the middle of a novel that I couldn't stop turning the page. And I remember thinking that what was so compelling about it is it was like a human is talking to a god. And that was exactly the feeling that scene gave me. It's like you are a human soldier confronting a god. And you are asking a god why it does what it does and how dare it. That's what I love about it. It's like you're basically saying, well, how dare you demand that we worship you? And there's something, the chutzpah, man, the chutzpah of that. And it just appealed to, the America side of me, the freedom lover in me, the rebel. And so I just loved it. I just immediately loved that element. And then, of course, I played the whole game, and I still think that was so cool. Just the idea that the Reapers are these kind of godlike beings, but they're not really gods is the point, right? They think they are, and they're close from our perspective. And so that was all super cool, and there was lots of mystery there. And then the collectors were pretty cool, but then they sort of tied them to the Reapers. Still cool. Then in Mass Effect 3, they explain why the Reapers are doing what they're doing. And they basically say, well, it's because eventually one day you'll invent AIs, and AIs will always destroy you, and so we're preventing that from happening. And it's like, well, that's not a super... that's a fairly cliche sci-fi trope. I'm just going to throw it out there. Like, that's a pretty cliche sci-fi trope. It's not the most thrilling explanation of their motives I've ever heard. I would rather they left it to the imagination why they do what they do if that was going to be the answer. Right? Now, there were rumors before that the writers originally, and there's evidence for this in the games, by the way, if you're interested in a little Mass Effect sidebar here, there was original plans. I think Drew Karpyshyn, who was he was like one of the main writers on the first two Mass Effect games. Seriously, most of what makes Mass Effect, I am willing to bet came from Drew Karpyshyn, and they kind of got rid of him in Mass Effect 3. I don't know why. Maybe he was doing his own thing. He wrote some novels that were not bad, but not great either. But his Mass Effect lore is incredible. Who knows? Maybe Swords and Starships will hire him someday. So Drew Karpyshyn had this idea and some of the other writers, I think, too, that dark energy was tied to the Reapers' motives. That the Reapers were, one theory was that the Reapers were trying to solve the problem of heat death in the universe, meaning eventually the universe will just die and evaporate. It's called the heat death of the universe. And that the Reapers in their arrogance were trying to stop this, but also that for some reason, the heat death of the universe was mysteriously accelerating. And one idea, fan theory, was that like biotics was accelerating the heat death of the universe. I know this is like, yeah, well, we're talking Mass Effect now. Now, that's all kind of interesting. And some of the evidence for this was in Mass Effect 2, there were all these like tantalizing plot threads that they never dealt with about how there was dark energy research being conducted and people were super hush-hush about it. And then like Tally's mission in Mass Effect 2 is you have to go to this planet where the star is prematurely dying because of a dark energy buildup in the star. And Tally is researching the dark energy buildup. This shouldn't be happening. Stars shouldn't be dying this fast. Well, the point is that they were setting up a dark energy storyline that was why the Reapers were doing what they were doing. And there's a lot of fans who have come to believe that that plot was changed in favor of, well, we're just trying to stop you from destroying yourselves with AI. And there's a lot of fans that are pissed about it. And they're like, you need to rewrite it. And I don't blame them. That being said, Drew Karpyshyn, he points out, look, it was an idea thrown around in the writer's room. It was never an official story, Fine. My point is, that sounds more interesting to me. That sounds more interesting. So why did I go on that whole rant? Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is that if in the course of exploring Galaxyborn, if I'm just really excited about an idea, but it seems like the fans are really curious about this dark energy thing that's been happening, probably my inclination would be to explore that idea and to start delving into it. Obviously, as a member of the audience myself, I have to be somewhat entertained by what I'm writing. So I probably wouldn't explore something that's totally not interesting to me, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't be interested in another writer coming in down the road and maybe writing a story that does explore that. That as long as it meets the level of standards of quality that the captain expects. Captain will never compromise on writing quality, nor will there be any propaganda of either political side shoehorned into the story either. Sadly, because I am being quite transparent about my views on the world, the fact that I am fine with agreeing to disagree with other people does not mean that I'm necessarily going to get that same courtesy. Because if history has taught us one thing, when you piss off the trans wackos, well, you have it coming. So there you go. But I would say this, I have no particular animus toward anyone that disagrees with me, and I would hope that someone who reads my story, if they disagreed with me politically, like diametrically, I would hope they were entertained and they enjoyed it, and that if I were setting up a story that was an allegory that, let's just say, tilted in favor of my worldview, I would still hope that they came away from the story feeling that their worldview got a fair hearing. And that is what I would want. I would want anyone who read my work, or the work, I should say more broadly, of Swords and Starships, regardless of their political views, I would want them to find that if their worldview showed up in the allegory of the story, I would want them to feel that it got a fair hearing and that it was not treated unfairly or with, and so that's not because I'm trying to please anyone. That's because I'm trying to tell complex stories that are nuanced and detailed and are not there to simply push my worldview. Honestly, I just wouldn't write that way anyway. I've tried it. Honestly, years ago, I tried writing a story that I would, by my modern standards, I would call propagandistic, just to write a story. And it doesn't work because I'm not entertained, honestly. If I just write a story that only goes with my worldview, I'm not entertained. I'm really not. I need drama. I need characters to argue. I need complex moral questions without easy answers. That's the foundation of good. I'll tell you, if you want to know the kind of quality storytelling you're going to get in Galaxyborn, and I'm willing to go on the record with this, Battlestar Galactica, the Reimagined series, that is my blueprint for the kind of level of quality storytelling should have. And I'm not saying it's perfect by any means. Don't get it twisted. I'm just saying, even just the first season of Battlestar Galactica, that reimagined series, just the way that show was able to have complex moral tales that even had a modern political allegory to them, but they could still be fair to both sides. There's literally an episode debating the issue of abortion. And it's in the context of the human race is dying. And it's like, can we even allow this anymore? And I felt like that episode clearly tilted toward the left-wing perspective. It definitely did. It tilted toward the left-wing perspective, but it gave a fair hearing to both sides of the argument. And it was incredibly nuanced and dramatic. It was very cool. It's a great episode. And so a lot of the episodes were like that. And so that is what I would want. I would want all sides to be entertained. I would want no one to feel like they were being preached to or guilt-tripped or browbeaten about anything, quite frankly, because you don't go to a movie to feel heavier. You go to a movie to feel lighter. Even if it's a sad movie, even if it, I watched The Green Mile, and it's like, that's a film that just leaves you thinking about it for days. But it ultimately, it's just Shawshank Redemption. Maybe that's a better example. Shawshank Redemption. Man, that's a movie about a guy going to a prison for a crime he didn't commit and suffering all kinds of horrors. And yet somehow you leave that film and you feel lighter. You feel happy. You feel like you can take on the world after you've watched Shawshank Redemption. I don't know what it is about that movie. It's just a freaking great movie. Okay, so Fu Man Blue says, sadly for Captain, I was able to put my Discord info up on here a couple weeks ago, and I never even got a harasser. Well, give it time. I may have kicked over the hornet's nest with this episode. We'll just see. We'll just see. Fu Man Blue says, I would get so wrapped up in going through and fixing holes that would spring up from combining things that weren't informed by each other when they came into existence. Meaning plot holes? Yes, indeed. Wrangler says, then you might want to consider making a Gilded account. The community support from other writers is phenomenal. You're right. I should probably think about that, Wrangler. Let me think about Gilded. I was tinkering with Discord. I'm not very good at Discord, so maybe if I'm going to learn something, I should learn Gilded. Fu Man Blue. LOL, I was just talking about heat death earlier when I was playing Last Epic and there was a black hole below us. See, I am in good company. I am in the company of like-minded fellow travelers, am I not? Oh yes, the heat death of the universe. I was just the other day, me and my friend were talking about it. Dude, okay, I have a friend of mine who is super into all of the like Ray Kurzweil and Elon Musk futurism stuff. Like we're all in a simulation and we're all going to get Neuralink. We're all going to be uploaded and live forever. He's super into that stuff. And he just thinks it's all literally true. He just thinks, oh yeah, I'm hoping I can live long enough to get uploaded, so I can live forever. And I'm like, A, you really think that's going to happen in your lifetime? And B, if you do, you really want that, do you? I mean, be careful what you wish for, man, is all I have to say. But anyway, he's talking about, oh yeah, I want to live forever. I hope I get to be the generation that gets to live forever. And my question to him, I'm quite serious about this. I'm like, okay, how do you plan to survive the heat death of the universe? And he's like, I don't have an answer for that. It's like, he never gives me a good answer for it. And he's like, oh, what do you mean? I'm like, well, the universe isn't eternal, man. Universe is going out, man. It's already, there's an expiration date on everything. There's an expiration date on Earth. There's an expiration date on the sun. There's an expiration date on all molecular existence. I regret to inform you. So I don't know how long you think you're going to be in that cloud, but it ain't going to be forever, no matter what you do. So, but hey, you might get a nice run of like 50 million years. Who knows? It's a lot of energy usage, though. Would you want to live 50 million years if you could? Not as a human. I wouldn't. I think you'd have to live as a Q or something. Wrangler says, would you be interested in a cosmology that turns generally accepted theories on their heads? Then check out electric universe theory. I saw it as a great physics system for a sci-fi universe. Electric universe theory. I'll Google it so that it's in my tabs. I would say the science in Galaxyborn is meant to be as real world as possible. It's meant to be as, and like I do have faster than light travel in Galaxyborn, but my decision is that it will have very clear rules and limitations. Distances will matter. Distances will be vast. The idea that you can just hop into a warp ship and you can just hyperspace over here and warp over there and it's no big deal. Like, I feel like that's killed the actual space travel feeling in a lot of sci-fi. So in my universe, like, getting places takes time and it's dangerous. There's certain ways you have to go. It's like, and you can get faster than light locations, but like what the ships can actually do, how far they can travel, there's going to be very clear limitations and rules on that. And the idea is that I'm trying to represent the fact that we have invented a workaround for the barriers of physics. We have invented a way to move a ship faster than light, and it's based on the Alcubierre theory. Essentially, I'm roughly drawing on that, which is a real workable mathematical theory, by the way. So we do actually have a theoretical model for how to travel faster than light. It's real. Now, can we make it work? Not yet. I would say that it's one NASA mathematician put it this way. We're sort of like when atomic theorists knew that a nuclear bomb or a nuclear power plant was possible, but there was no Chicago pile yet. There was no physical demonstration of it yet. And so it was all theory. In fact, I finally figured out what Cillian Murphy's line is in the Oppenheimer trailer. I just couldn't pick it up. I heard the trailer in the theater, and I finally figured it out. It's like, oh, that's what he's saying. It's the scene where Matt Damon's character says, so you're telling me that if we push this button, there's a chance we could destroy the world? And Oppenheimer says a line, and I just could not make it out for the longest time. And finally, I caught it, and it was, he says, what do you want from pure theory? And I was like, now that's a pretty good line. What do you want from pure theory? It is what it is. So that's where we're at with faster than light, what I call hyperlight travel. So that being said, my idea is this is a world in which we really did invent it. And that's how I'm playing it. Very grounded, very real world. Like, we can travel faster than light, but it's no cakewalk. And it requires very complex, powerful machines to do it that are dangerous, that have serious limitations, and you need to be competent people to operate these things. That, a bunch of overweight idiots running around high-fiving about yay math are not the people that you need for this job. Okay, those are not the people you need. You need serious people that, if they don't do their jobs correctly, could get killed, could destroy the engine and wind up trapped a dozen light years from any inhabited system, where they will slowly starve to death as resources run out, because it would take them 70,000 years to get to the nearest star without hyperlight travel. Because if they screw up, a grain of sand in the universe could fly through the ship and just tear it apart like it was tissue paper. So if they screw up in their calculations or they deviate from the flight path. So no, that's roughly kind of the rules of the universe. So that should give you sort of a flavor of, like, it's a little bit stricter, I would say, than Star Trek. It's kind of like Star Trek before Star Trek just kind of threw out time and distance, speed of... to be fair, I guess the original series was never all that faithful. It was just like, oh, now we're at this planet, now we're at that planet. It's fine. Speed of plot, as they say. So, but I'm open to definitely exploring, like, interesting, mysterious ideas. I will say this. No time travel. No time travel. Now, there may be time bending, like, time dilation from a black hole or something like that. There's things like that may occur, but there's not going to be, we're going back in time and we're interfering in the events of World War II. Then no, it's not going to be none of that, because I just think time travel is world breaking. I really do. It's like, Star Trek is so polluted by time travel. It's kind of ruined a lot of it. Like, even in Enterprise, which is a show I really loved, Star Trek Enterprise, I really kind of hated that the first season established that Archer's story has been contaminated by time travel wars. And that really bothered me because in a way it kind of implies that Archer's story is not Archer's real story. And that kind of bugs me. So yeah, no time travel. Look, I enjoy time travel stories. I just don't want it in the world. I don't want it to pollute the timeline. It's too much of a temptation for lazy writing. So it will not be a part of the canon. Now, I might occasionally have like a kind of a time bending thing that has something kind of cool in it. But yeah, just the full blown, we're going back in time and we're participating in historical events. Like, that's not going to happen. Not doing that. What else we got? Wrangler says, oh, no, I saw that one. Fu Man Blue says, if you could tap into the energy generated by the universe expansion, you could travel in localized time waves that would allow you to move independent of matter. Well, that's pretty cool. See, I like how you're thinking. I'm using the Alcubierre drive theory as sort of my basic framework, and I'm basically saying in the canon of Galaxyborn, a more sophisticated model of that is what led to hyperlight travel and communication in this world. And it's also, by the way, the foundation for a lot of the other technology because we're able to manipulate the shape of space-time so we can create holograms, we can create, certain levitation and things like that within strict rules. We're not going to have the Holdo maneuver. We're not going to have that kind of shit. But the idea is that the ship itself is sitting in a bubble of normal space, and we are bending space-time around it, so that in a way it's sort of falling through. It's a bubble of space that is being pulled like a zipper through the rest of normal space-time. And so that avoids time dilation, because from the perspective of the crew that are inside the ship, they are still in normal space. It's the space around them that is being pulled. So the ship itself is not actually moving when they're at hyperlight speed. So they avoid time dilation. However, I'm probably getting into the weeds here, but I will say that one of the limitations of space travel is that traveling at that velocity racks up because you're bending space-time, you're creating Hawking radiation. And Hawking radiation is essentially a dangerous buildup of radiation that is going to cook the ship if it doesn't go somewhere. So every ship traveling at hyperlight speed has to have a Hawking radiation sink that is soaking up all those rads, and so that's a limitation. If your sink is full of Hawking radiation, you can't go any farther, or the ship will basically nuke itself. So, cool stuff like that. Cool stuff like that. All right, chat. We had a good time tonight, didn't we? Did the captain go on a rant, or did the captain go on a rant? Look, I don't plan to spend a lot of time on stuff like this, but I do feel it's time to call out some of this behavior. It's like Call of Duty has made their choice. I'm making mine. And my choice is, you don't want to, you have no room for disagreement. Well, we have no room for disagreement anymore. That is the bargain. If you're not willing to play in the social contract sandbox, well, then you have made your choice. And we are making ours. We of the Iron Age are building new things, my dear sailors and starnauts. So and I haven't even said it once in all these hours, but do please hit like and subscribe, turn on notifications, help me build this channel, tell all your friends. Let's get more people in the chat. I was going to comment on Silo, and I was going to talk about Tetris. Oh, dang it, I forgot about Tetris. Well, okay, I will just briefly talk. Silo I'm going to hold off on because I haven't finished the most recent episode. It did get a little better, though. Something kind of happened. Just kind of fun. It's all right. It's mid. Look, Tetris is on Apple, which is why I happen to see it. It's this movie about the guy who got the rights to Tetris for Game Boy. And Taron Edgerton of the Kingsman Secret Service star, he plays the main character. It's based on a true story. Dude, that movie is fantastic. It is excellent. It is so much fun. And it's very like nostalgic. There is a scene in this movie where they are showing the original advertisement for the Game Boy when it came out in the 90s. I remember that ad. It was like a time capsule. I was like, oh my God, I remember I still remember how the box looked when I first got that Game Boy. It was like, dude, it was the coolest thing on the planet. That's a little dot matrix Game Boy. It was the coolest thing you'd ever seen. It's so funny to look back now, 30 years later, and it's like technology is so much different. Back then, that handheld game was incredible. It's easy to forget. And I remember my dad being addicted to Tetris. That's the crazy thing. I remember that game was addictive to everyone who played it. My grandmother was addicted to Tetris. So, and she had a Game Boy because she played Tetris. You've got to see this movie. This is the crazy thing about this movie. It doubles as kind of an interesting biopic about the guy who got the rights to Tetris and the story of Tetris. And it's like a Soviet Cold War spy thriller at the same time. No shit. And it's a good one too. It's a good one. If you want a nice little refresher of why communism is so damn evil, this is another great movie. It's like they slipped one past the goalie because now I will say this. I think the reason these movies get away with it is because I think a lot of leftists, they just think that communism is a good thing, that just the problem is the wrong people do it, is what they think. And that to me is no different. That is no different to me than the statement, National Socialism, oh, it's fine, it works great, it's just the wrong people had it that time. They were just a little too crazy is all. That is as preposterous a statement to me as to say communism is a good thing. It's like, no, it's founded on an evil ideology of like class envy, a scarcity mindset, the belief that you should control, that everyone must agree in order to be a good person. Like it's based on an evil ideology to begin with. That's neither here nor there. The point is, you see how freaking evil it was to live under Soviet communism, even when it was kind of in its death throes. And it was actually, communism under Gorbachev was the most mild communism ever got. And you sort of see what it was still like. So really great film. I will say, if I may offer a critique, there are passages of the movie where the back and forth with the KGB versus, Taron Edgerton's character trying to get the Tetris rights, like the back and forth and the spycraft, it actually gets a bit exhausting, I would say. There was a part in the movie where I thought, this movie's over, right? Like, we're pretty much at the end here. Oh, no, it's got another hour. And I thought, this is going on too long. So I feel like they kind of overdid it a little with the spycraft, but even so, it was still pretty good. And the ending is spectacular. It's a great movie. It's fun. It's a little bit scary. It's a little bit of a great... It's kind of 90s nostalgia, too. It's great Nintendo nostalgia. And it's a fascinating story. That's the thing about it. I never had any idea how interesting the story of Tetris was. I never thought about it before, but it's like unbelievable how interesting this story is. They definitely took some creative license. There's like one car chase in the movie. I'm like, there is zero chance this happened this way. Like there's just zero. Now, did something kind of like this happen and it felt this scary to the people that were there? I'm sure it did, but like I don't believe for a second it played out the way they're showing it in this movie, because it's like a standard car chase scene. I'm like, this did not happen. So yeah, there's little things like that, but it's basically telling the story, and it's a lot of fun. So if you're looking for a really good movie, it's like an Iron Age movie, frankly. I don't think it is, but it's just the story of Nintendo lore, Tetris lore, and it also doubles as kind of a really good hero's journey. And it just is a really fascinating not super spy, but like spycraft movie set during the Cold War. And I don't know what it is about lately. It's like almost every movie you watch is woke, but for some reason, Apple, HBO, they love making movies about the fall of communism lately. I don't like Chernobyl blew me away. When I saw Chernobyl on HBO, I thought, how did this get made? Because this is one of the biggest takedowns of communism I've ever seen. Like anyone who thinks communism is a good idea needs to go watch Chernobyl and understand that, I know what they'll think. They'll watch it and they'll think, yeah, I know. But that's when the wrong people do communism. They weren't doing it right. It's like, no, trust me. They were doing it right. Anyway, great movie, Tetris. Entertaining as hell. It's a pretty good family movie, too. I would say you can watch Tetris with your family. You can watch it with kids. And the kids, not young kids, because they won't get it. But, it's a hell of a trip down memory lane, though. There's a scene, I'm not going to spoil anything. Just mild kind of there's a scene in which Nintendo designers are showing the Game Boy prototype to a character, and it's like it gives you chills. It gives you chills because it's just like he's saying one of the characters says no color. There's no color. He's like, well, that would have required 8 batteries, which would have been cost prohibitive. But with a dot matrix, only 2 batteries and over 30 hours of gameplay. And he's like, what do you call it? He's like, it's called the Game Boy. And I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Because I remember thinking too, I was like, dude, that is so true. I remember I could play that freaking thing for hours, days I could play that Game Boy. And before it would need new batteries. And you totally take for granted what a miracle of technology that is. Because it's like, this is before the days of like charging. Where everything had a charger. It was like, no, you ate up batteries. And it's like they couldn't have made it color because if they did, you would have been feeding that thing batteries every couple of hours, which would have been terrible. It's like, what a smart freaking decision. How brilliant was Nintendo when they conceived of that thing? It was like they really understood, and I mean, to this day, I think Nintendo, they step in it at times, but other times it's like they achieve brilliance with rather astonishing regularity. Like the Super Mario Brothers movie, not the best movie in the world, but it approaches brilliance at times. It truly does. And Nintendo, at least in one thing, in their own understanding of their users, their own understanding of their customers, their loyalty to the lore that they've established and built up, they are brilliant. They are just brilliant. So anyway, check out Tetris. Huge recommendation from the captain. Loved every minute of it. Almost every minute of it. What else? Anything before we go? Let's see here. Wrangler says send a join request to ADWC. Hey, put in the comments if there's or you know what, just email me if anyone has anything they want me to see. Galaxyborn at swordsandstarships.com, and I promise I will check it this week. So Wrangler says, Captain, is it okay if I drop a link? Yes, Wrangler. Captain, permission to drop a link, sir. Appreciate. Yeah, got to be careful on YouTube, right? Because it's like spammers will come in here and they'll start trying to, send in their crypto scams and hijack my account and all kinds of stuff. But I trust Wrangler. Wrangler is an approved member of the captain's crew. All right, everybody. Well, my dear sailors and star nuts, thanks for hanging out with me on a Sunday. I do hope you have an auspicious and prosperous new week. Continue working toward your dreams. Remember that a man is a success, or a woman, as the case may be, who is pursuing and making progress towards a worthy goal. So if you are pursuing and making progress towards a worthy goal in your life, you are at this moment a success, and you are at this moment standing in your own acre of diamonds. That is from the great Earl Nightingale. And that is something that the existence of this channel is proof of that. Absolute proof of that, because to undertake to create something requires belief, and it requires faith, and that requires courage. And so whatever it is out there that you want, go after it. Go after it, my friends. That is the purpose of Swords and Starships, to remind you that you are more powerful than you ever imagined. And all of your limitations are self-imposed. So let them go. As the Beatles once said, let it be. So please do like and subscribe. I am Captain Garrett. This is the Captain's Cast on Swords and Starships Channel. And keep an eye on the show, because I'm trying really hard to get a Thursday show for you this week, because we are going to be launching Galaxyborn, my crowd-funded science fiction novel series, and we are going to launch something cool, something new, and you will be here for the journey. So, with that being said, I salute you, my dear crew. Godspeed. Wrangler says, thank you, Captain, for another voyage. You are welcome, Wrangler. Fu Man Blue, take care. It's good to have you all you lurking, all you previously in the chat, Star Fury, Silverback, Tom, and if there's anyone I missed, my thanks to you as well. You are the best part of the show. Absolutely true. I didn't understand. I would hear YouTubers say that, and I didn't understand it until I became a content creator. I'm like, you're right. The chat is the best part of the show. So, all right, everybody. Stay vigilant for excellent science fiction that provokes thought and curiosity and inspiration, and I will see you out there.